When we talk about ancient civilizations, it's easy to imagine the ones we already know: Egypt, Greece, Rome, the Maya, the names carved into every textbook. But beyond those familiar pages lies another world, one built by cultures that vanished before history began to write itself. Their stories were never recorded, their languages never translated. What remains are fragments, stone walls buried in the desert, tools pulled from riverbeds, and carvings whose meaning no one alive can read. They don't fit neatly into timelines or empires. They exist like missing chapters, scattered across continents, waiting to be understood. Who built these cities before maps existed? What knowledge was lost when their people disappeared? And how many more still lie hidden beneath our feet? This won't be a list of dates or dynasties. Think of it instead as a quiet journey through the forgotten, a search for civilizations so ancient they once seemed like legend. So wherever you are, settle in, let the noise fade. Together we'll trace the faint footprints left by the first builders, the dreamers who shaped the world long before we knew how much of it would be forgotten. Let's begin. The story of Tartessos begins not with discovery, but with disbelief. For centuries, scholars dismissed it as nothing more than a myth, an echo from the writings of ancient Greece, where poets and historians spoke of a land overflowing with silver, gold, and ivory. They called it Tartessos, a kingdom beyond the Pillars of Heracles, somewhere near the edge of the known world. To them, it was a symbol of unreachable wealth, a place where rivers ran thick with metal and kings spoke in languages older than time. Yet, for all their words, no one could prove it ever existed. Then, in the quiet hills of southern Spain, near the modern city of Huelva, the earth began to speak for itself. Archaeologists digging through layers of soil uncovered objects that should not have been there, ornaments of Phoenician design mixed with artifacts distinctly local in origin, all dating back more than 3,000 years. Bronze mirrors, golden diadems, silver bowls etched with intricate motifs, and fragments of fine pottery told of a society that had mastered both trade and craftsmanship long before the Romans ever set foot on Iberian soil. Suddenly, the ancient stories didn't seem so exaggerated after all. The first to mention Tartessos were the Greeks of the early Iron Age. Herodotus, writing around the 5th century before the Common Era, described it as a flourishing kingdom ruled by a wealthy monarch named Argantonios, literally the man of silver. He was said to have reigned for 80 years and lived to be 120, welcoming Greek merchants and offering them friendship and fortune. To the Greeks, such tales felt almost fantastical, yet they recorded them earnestly, noting that the Tartessians possessed ships, ports, and metals abundant enough to astonish even the seasoned traders of the Aegean. What puzzled modern historians for centuries was the absence of physical evidence. No ruins, no inscriptions, no city walls, nothing tangible that could verify the existence of this legendary civilization. Many assumed Tartessos was no more than a poetic exaggeration, perhaps inspired by early contact with Phoenician colonies along Spain's southern coast. But patience in archaeology often pays off in the most unexpected ways. In the late 20th century, systematic excavations across Andalusia began to change everything. Beneath fields near the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, researchers found the remnants of large settlements, hints of urban planning, traces of metallurgy workshops, and imported goods from as far as the eastern Mediterranean. The more they uncovered, the clearer the picture became. These were not isolated tribes, but a complex society thriving on trade, technology, and art. What emerged from the soil was a civilization that acted as a bridge between two worlds. On one side, the ancient Phoenicians, master seafarers from the Levant, brought their knowledge of navigation, writing, and commerce. On the other, the native Iberian peoples, rich in resources but previously isolated, absorbed and adapted this influence into something distinct. The result was Tartessos, a hybrid culture of remarkable sophistication. The heart of Tartessian wealth lay in its land. Southern Spain was blessed with some of the richest mineral deposits in the ancient world. Silver, copper, and tin flowed from its mountains. The Guadalquivir and Tinto rivers provided natural highways for trade, allowing goods to move effortlessly from inland mines to coastal ports. Greek and Phoenician sailors came seeking these metals, exchanging olive oil, textiles, and glass for ingots and raw ore. Over time, a thriving maritime economy developed, centered around a city that Greek writers described as glittering and prosperous, its people proud and independent. Though its precise location remains uncertain, many believe the capital of Tartessos once stood near the present-day Doñana wetlands. In ancient times, this region was not the marshy expanse it is today, but a navigable estuary leading directly to the Atlantic. Here, archaeologists have identified what may have been artificial harbor structures and foundations of large buildings buried beneath centuries of silt. Remote sensing and core sampling reveal that this landscape once held human occupation on a grand scale. Wide streets, defensive embankments, and evidence of metallurgy workshops capable of producing massive quantities of refined ore. One of the most remarkable discoveries associated with Tartessos came from a place called Carambolo, near Seville. In 1958, construction workers unearthed a cache of gold jewelry so extraordinary that it instantly captured the attention of the world. The treasure, now known as the Carambolo hoard, included necklaces, pectorals, and finely crafted plaques, all of pure gold and unmistakably influenced by Phoenician style. Yet the symbols and motifs engraved upon them were unique to Iberia. This blend of artistic language told a quiet truth. The people who made these objects were neither wholly Phoenician nor entirely native. They were something new. They were Tartessian. The Carambolo find sparked a surge of renewed interest. Archaeologists revisited sites long overlooked, and slowly, the contours of a lost civilization began to take shape. Beneath layers of later occupation, they found remnants of sanctuaries, dwellings, and industrial zones. Radiocarbon dating placed them between the 9th and 6th centuries before the Common Era, exactly the era described by Greek historians. The details aligned almost too perfectly to ignore. Yet what fascinates researchers most about Tartessos is not merely its wealth or artistry, but the subtle traces of written language found among its relics. Small inscriptions etched into ceramics and metal plates bear symbols similar to both Phoenician and early Iberian scripts. While scholars still debate their precise meaning, these markings suggest that Tartessians may have developed their own writing system, a hybrid script that bridged cultures and hinted at literacy within their society. If confirmed, it would mark Tartessos as one of the earliest literate civilizations in Western Europe. The notion of a literate, urbanized Iberian kingdom thriving at such an early date challenges the long-held assumption that the Western Mediterranean was culturally backward compared to the East. Tartessos, in its brief but brilliant lifespan, seems to have been a beacon of innovation at the farthest edge of the known world. Equally intriguing is the way Tartessos vanishes from the historical record. Around the 6th century before the Common Era, Greek texts suddenly stop mentioning it. Archaeological layers from this period show signs of disruption, abandoned settlements, burned structures, and a decline in trade goods. The cause remains uncertain. Some believe the kingdom fell victim to natural catastrophe, perhaps a flood or earthquake that reshaped the delta and destroyed its port. Others suspect political upheaval. Phoenician expansion and Carthaginian dominance may have absorbed or crushed the once independent realm. Whatever the cause, Tartessos faded into obscurity almost as suddenly as it appeared. Legends, however, have a way of outlasting kingdoms. Greek sailors continued to tell tales of the rich western land where the sun set over mountains of gold. Later writers, inspired by these accounts, linked Tartessos to myths of Atlantis, a powerful empire swallowed by the sea. While most scholars reject the idea of a direct connection, it's easy to see how such associations formed. Both tales describe advanced coastal civilizations erased by catastrophe, remembered only through fragments and speculation. For modern archaeologists, Tartessos remains a tantalizing puzzle. Excavations at sites like Huelva, Carambolo, and Casas del Turunuelo continue to produce new findings. Bronze figurines, ivory carvings, and imported amphorae suggesting long-distance trade reaching as far as the eastern Mediterranean. At Casas del Turunuelo, an especially fascinating discovery was made: the remains of a massive banquet frozen in time. Hundreds of animal bones, fine pottery, and ornate tableware were found within what appears to have been a ritual complex. The entire building was deliberately buried after the feast, as if the people intended to seal it away forever. Such ritual closure suggests a deep cultural or religious significance, perhaps a final act marking the end of an era. Equally captivating is the artistry of Tartessos. Goldsmiths worked with astonishing skill, producing jewelry that rivals later classical craftsmanship. Silver vessels display geometric precision and recurring patterns, concentric circles, rosettes, and flowing lines reminiscent of both Eastern Mediterranean and local Iberian motifs. Figurines depict bulls, horses, and birds, animals long associated with power and divinity. These objects, delicate yet enduring, reveal a society deeply invested in aesthetics and symbolism. Their religion remains less understood, though recurring motifs suggest reverence for celestial cycles, fertility, and maritime power. Some artifacts feature stylized sun discs, while others incorporate horned animals, possibly connected to lunar symbolism. The fusion of Eastern and Western imagery hints at a syncretic belief system, one that merged native Iberian traditions with imported ideas from the Phoenician pantheon. Trade was not only the lifeblood of Tartessos, but also its identity. The kingdom's ports buzzed with activity, ships arriving from Tyre, Sidon, and Cyprus laden with goods. In return, Tartessian merchants supplied metals, wine, olive oil, and crafted ornaments. This constant exchange fostered cultural cross-pollination, giving rise to unique artistic forms and architectural styles. Archaeological remains of workshops show evidence of advanced smelting techniques, indicating that Tartessian metallurgists understood complex processes for refining and alloying metals. Their skill transformed raw ore into elegant works of art and tools of trade, sustaining a flourishing economy for centuries. What fascinates modern researchers is how such a sophisticated society could vanish so completely. Unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, Tartessos left no monumental inscriptions detailing its rulers, conquests, or faith. What survives are fragments, coins, pottery, ruins half swallowed by riverbeds. Yet from these fragments, a coherent picture slowly emerges. A civilization that thrived between the 9th and 6th centuries before the Common Era, bridging East and West, innovation and tradition. Some scholars argue that Tartessos did not disappear entirely, but transformed. They trace cultural continuities between Tartessian settlements and later Iberian tribes, suggesting the kingdom may have fractured into smaller polities that persisted under new names. Others believe the rising power of Carthage consumed its territories, erasing its identity through assimilation. Whatever the truth, the legacy of Tartessos quietly shaped the cultures that followed, influencing Iberian art, metallurgy, and trade for centuries. The landscape once ruled by Tartessos now lies tranquil, a patchwork of farmland, wetlands, and distant mountains. Yet, beneath its surface, traces of that forgotten wealth still rest. Modern technology continues to uncover hidden layers, magnetic surveys revealing geometric foundations, drone mapping detecting buried streets, sonar scans identifying submerged structures along ancient river channels. Each new discovery adds depth to the mystery, reminding us that the past remains far from complete. Perhaps what draws people most to Tartessos is its balance of reality and myth. It sits perfectly between the known and the unknown. A civilization that can be touched through its artifacts yet still feels impossibly distant. Its story reflects humanity's oldest pattern, the rise of ingenuity, the flourishing of art and trade, followed by disappearance and rediscovery. It reminds us that even the brightest societies can fade, leaving behind only fragments for future generations to interpret. In museums across Spain, Tartessian treasures glimmer softly under glass. Golden necklaces, silver bowls, delicate earrings, and ceremonial objects shaped thousands of years ago. Each carries a whisper of the world that made it. A city alive with trade, artisans at their workbenches, priests performing rites along riverbanks, and ships setting sail toward the horizon. To stand before these relics is to feel, just for a moment, the presence of a people who turned raw earth into beauty and commerce into legacy. The rediscovery of Tartessos does more than fill a gap in archaeology. It reshapes how we understand the ancient world. It shows that civilization was not the privilege of a few famous centers, but a spark that appeared in many corners of the earth, each glowing briefly before fading into time. Every new excavation across southern Spain brings that glow back to life for a moment, as if the past is reminding us it never truly disappeared. It was merely waiting to be found again. The story of Tartessos is still unfolding. Beneath the wetlands, under the fields and towns of Andalusia, lie the remnants of streets, workshops, and sanctuaries that once formed a kingdom of extraordinary wealth and vision. Future archaeologists may one day uncover the true heart of the city the Greeks described, the port that glittered with gold, where kings like Argentonios welcomed sailors from across the sea. Until then, Tartessos remains both a discovery and a question, both real and elusive. What matters most is not whether every legend proves true, but that the search continues, the human drive to uncover what time tried to conceal. Somewhere beneath the soil of southern Spain, the story of Tartessos still waits to be completed. When archaeologists first saw the carvings, they thought they were fakes. The stone was too polished, the designs too intricate, the symbols too deliberate to belong to an unknown culture. Yet every test confirmed the same impossible truth. The objects were ancient, carved thousands of years ago by hands that vanished before history began. They had come from the banks of Iran's Halil River, a stretch of fertile valley framed by barren mountains, where scattered villages now sit on land that once cradled one of humanity's earliest urban societies. No one expected to find civilization here. For generations, textbooks drew a narrow map of where human complexity began: Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley. These were thought to be the great cradles of progress, the centers from which writing, architecture, and organized religion spread outward. But the finds from Jiroft refused to fit the pattern. They spoke of a world that had evolved alongside those early powers, equal in artistry and possibly in age. The discoveries were unsettling not because they contradicted history, but because they expanded it. The first clue came in the form of chlorite. The valley's soil was thick with it, a dark green mineral prized since antiquity for its beauty and durability. Local farmers found bowls and vessels carved from it, some simple, others astonishingly detailed. The carvings depicted animals never seen in the region, composite beings with wings, horns, or serpentine tails. Some objects bore what appeared to be architectural motifs: staircases, terraces, and stepped towers, arranged with mathematical precision. Others carried inscriptions, rows of repeated symbols that hinted at a structured writing system. As news spread, scholars descended upon the site near the modern town of Jiroft. Excavations revealed layers of occupation dating back to the early 3rd millennium before the Common Era, placing it roughly on par with Sumerian Uruk, or Egypt's first dynasty. Yet, unlike those famous centers, Jiroft had no monumental temples or royal tombs. Its legacy was written entirely in stone, tens of thousands of carved artifacts scattered across the valley. Among the most famous discoveries was a large rectangular platform unearthed at the site known as Konar Sandal. Rising from the desert floor like the worn stump of an ancient monument, it measured nearly 30 meters across and was constructed of mud brick and stone. Radiocarbon analysis dated it to more than 4,000 years ago. The structure's purpose remains uncertain, but its design bore unmistakable signs of planning and organization. Staircases led to elevated terraces, suggesting ceremonial or administrative use. Around it, archaeologists uncovered residential buildings, workshops, and storage rooms filled with pottery, seals, and fragments of chlorite vessels. What fascinated researchers most was not simply the artistry, but the consistency. The same motifs appeared over and over across hundreds of miles. Serpent dragon creatures guarding mountains, human figures standing between stylized palm trees, horned animals facing the sun. This repetition implied shared meaning, a symbolic system, perhaps even mythology, that had spread through the valley's settlements. It suggested governance, shared religion, and collective identity. The site's lead excavator, Youssef Majidzadeh, proposed something radical: that Jiroft might represent an entirely new chapter of civilization, a precursor to Mesopotamia itself. According to his theory, the Halil River Valley may have been one of several centers that birthed complex society independently, challenging the notion that urban life began in a single place. To many, it was a breathtaking idea. To others, it was heresy. Skeptics pointed out that the Jiroft discoveries emerged only after widespread looting. When heavy rains struck the region in 2001, the river cut through ancient layers of soil, exposing countless artifacts. Locals unearthed them by the hundreds, selling many to middlemen who smuggled them onto the black market. By the time authorities intervened, thousands of objects had vanished. Without clear archaeological context, some scholars hesitated to draw sweeping conclusions. Were these artifacts truly part of one unified culture? Or had they been gathered from different places and periods, jumbled by time and trade? Yet, as more controlled excavations followed, the evidence grew harder to dismiss. Layers of occupation showed continuous development, not random accumulation. The same motifs appeared on artifacts found in secure contexts, confirming that they belonged to a coherent tradition. The more the valley yielded, the clearer it became that this was not merely a frontier outpost, it was a civilization in its own right. To understand Jiroft's significance, it helps to picture its environment as it once was. Today, much of southeastern Iran lies dry and rugged, but during the early Bronze Age, the Halil River flowed more freely, feeding a broad belt of farmland. Mountains to the north provided mineral wealth, copper, chlorite, and stone, while the nearby deserts offered natural protection. The river itself served as a trade artery, linking highland settlements with the distant shores of the Persian Gulf. Archaeological evidence of imported shells, lapis lazuli, and turquoise suggests wide-ranging connections. In this fertile valley, a network of settlements grew, each marked by similar artifacts and architectural styles. The people who lived here were not nomads. They built permanent homes, fired pottery, and forged tools. They produced seals for marking ownership and storage jars for surplus grain. Their craftsmanship in chlorite was unmatched, so distinctive that scholars can now identify Jiroft-style artifacts scattered as far away as Mesopotamia and Central Asia. One particularly intriguing discovery was a set of cylindrical seals bearing miniature scenes carved with astonishing precision. These seals, when rolled across clay, produced continuous images, processions of figures, animals, and abstract designs. Some appear to depict religious rituals or mythological events. Others show humans interacting with creatures that seem half-divine. In Mesopotamia, seals served as administrative tools, used by scribes and merchants to authenticate documents or goods. If the same held true in Jiroft, it would suggest not just artistic sophistication but bureaucracy, hierarchy, and governance. Equally captivating were the inscriptions found on several artifacts. The symbols, curved lines, crosses, dots, and stylized plants do not correspond to any known script. Some resemble early Elamite signs, while others seem entirely unique. Linguists have debated whether these markings represent proto-writing, decorative motifs, or an actual written language. If the latter proves true, it would place Jiroft among the earliest literate societies on Earth. What gives these findings even greater weight is their cultural coherence. While Mesopotamian art often portrayed kings and conquests, Jiroft's carvings appear more symbolic, abstract, and introspective. The motifs suggest a worldview centered on balance between human, animal, and divine realms. Mountains were a recurring theme, perhaps sacred places where gods resided or the source of life-giving rivers. Animals often appeared paired or mirrored, embodying symmetry and duality. These patterns imply a philosophy of harmony rather than domination. Some archaeologists see in Jiroft's imagery the seeds of later Iranian religious ideas. The serpent-like figures and winged beings could represent early prototypes of deities that would later emerge in Elamite and even Persian mythology. The recurring mountain motif recalls later Zoroastrian reverence for natural elements. If such connections exist, they suggest a deep cultural continuity stretching across thousands of years. Yet for all its sophistication, the Jiroft civilization remains enigmatic. No monumental inscriptions have been found. No royal tombs, no lists of rulers or gods. Its story survives only through its art, thousands of carved stones that speak through symbolism rather than words. The absence of texts makes interpretation both thrilling and frustrating. Every artifact feels like a fragment of a lost language, a sentence cut off mid-thought. The mystery deepens when one considers how abruptly the culture seems to vanish. Around the middle of the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, Jiroft settlements decline. Layers of ash and flood sediment mark sudden abandonment. Whether the cause was environmental disaster, invasion, or economic collapse remains uncertain. The Halil River, once a lifeline, may have shifted course, leaving fields barren. The region's strategic position between rival powers could also have made it a casualty of early conflicts over trade and resources. Whatever the reason, by the time Mesopotamian and Indus civilizations reached their height, Jiroft had faded from memory. What remained was buried. Its buildings collapsed, its artwork scattered, its story forgotten. For 4,000 years, the valley lay quiet until nature itself uncovered what human hands had hidden. The rediscovery of Jiroft has forced archaeologists to rethink the nature of ancient civilization. For much of modern history, the narrative was linear. Progress began in a single cradle and spread outward. But Jiroft suggests something more intricate, a web of interconnected centers evolving simultaneously, each contributing its own innovations. It reminds us that the birth of complexity was not confined to famous rivers like the Nile or the Euphrates, but may have been a global phenomenon, sprouting wherever environment and ingenuity allowed. Even now, the site continues to yield surprises. In recent years, new excavations have uncovered mud brick walls, staircases, and ovens preserved under layers of sediment. The layout hints at planned urban districts, with streets running at right angles and buildings arranged in clusters. These patterns point to municipal planning, a hallmark of city life. Soil analysis reveals traces of cultivated grains, suggesting organized agriculture. Together, these clues portray a society both industrious and artistic, one that mastered survival in a challenging landscape. Local legends offer their own curious testimony. In nearby villages, elders still tell stories of a hidden city buried by divine anger long ago, a place where people once carved stone so beautiful that the heavens grew jealous. While such tales are not historical evidence, they reflect a long cultural memory, a faint echo of truths carried through generations. When archaeologists began to dig, villagers often said the earth was giving back its secrets. Perhaps, in a way, it was. For those who study the site today, Jiroft represents not just an archaeological discovery, but a philosophical one. It challenges the assumption that progress moves in a straight line from primitive to advanced. Here was a society that achieved high sophistication, flourished for centuries, and then vanished without direct descendants. It shows how fragile civilization can be, how art, knowledge, and structure can disappear, leaving only stone fragments as clues to what once was. In museums across Tehran and Kerman, rows of Jiroft artifacts rest under soft light. Each one carries a quiet gravity, a green stone cup etched with twin dragons, a rectangular vessel showing men raising their hands to the sun, a circular seal engraved with mountains and waterlines. None bear names or dates, yet together they form a collective voice, a reminder that even forgotten cultures contribute to the long continuum of human creativity. The debate over Jiroft's place in history continues. Some scholars insist it was part of the broader Elamite sphere, a regional expression of the Mesopotamian world. Others maintain it was independent, a fourth great civilization alongside Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. The truth may lie somewhere between. What matters more than labels is what Jiroft reveals, that the impulse to build, to carve, to communicate through symbols arose wherever human imagination met the resources to shape it. When one stands among the mounds of Konar Sandal today, the landscape seems unremarkable, just ridges of dust and scattered stones. Yet beneath those ridges lies a buried city whose story still unfolds grain by grain. Each excavation uncovers more evidence of design and purpose. A section of wall aligned to the sunrise, a hearth still filled with charred seed husks, fragments of a statue's face. These details bring the people of Jiroft closer, not as abstractions from prehistory, but as human beings who lived, worked, and dreamed along the same river that now cuts through their ruins. If Jiroft teaches anything, it is humility. It reminds us that history's known boundaries are often illusions drawn by incomplete knowledge. The Halil River Valley, once dismissed as a backwater, now stands as proof that civilization may have many beginnings. Somewhere beneath its soil lies the rest of the story, a script waiting to be read, a language waiting to be heard. Until that day, the carved stones of Jiroft remain its voice, steady, ancient, and unmistakably human. At the edge of the Amazon basin, where mountain ridges break the clouds before the rain can reach the jungle, an ancient fortress stands alone. Kuelap rises above the tree line like the rim of a stone bowl, its walls pressed from pale limestone that has darkened under centuries of mist. From its height, the forest stretches in every direction, green and endless, while far below, the rivers of northern Peru wind like silver threads through valleys few people have ever seen. The people who built Kuelap are known today as the Chachapoya, the Cloud People. They earned the name not from myth or legend, but from geography. Their world existed where few could live, between the humid breath of the Amazon and the frozen breath of the Andes. Every path leading to their settlements wound upward through fog, crossing cliffs, rivers, and jungle. For outsiders, the journey was punishment. For them, it was home. Archaeologists studying the region describe their architecture as both defensive and graceful. The outer walls of Kuelap rise more than 20 meters high, enclosing a city large enough to hold thousands. The entranceway narrows to a stone passage that forces visitors to pass single file, an ingenious design, both ceremonial and protective. Inside are hundreds of circular dwellings built from limestone blocks, their foundations still tracing the rhythm of the city. Each was capped with a steep conical roof of wood and straw that no longer survives, but the bases remain almost perfectly aligned, forming a maze of interlocking rings. Patterns of carved stone run across many walls, zigzags, rhombuses, and repeating diamond shapes that catch the light differently throughout the day. These designs were not decoration alone. They may have represented lineage, cosmology, or the balance between mountain and forest. Archaeologists find similar motifs on pottery, textiles, and burial wrappings, suggesting that the Chachapoya carried their symbols across every part of life. Few written records mention them, and none were made by their own hands. Most accounts come from the Inca, who conquered their lands during the 15th century, or from the Spanish, who arrived soon after. To the Inca chroniclers, the Cloud People were both admired and feared. They lived far from imperial centers, yet their strongholds were so well defended that conquest required patience rather than brute force. When they were finally absorbed into the empire, the Inca did what they often did with formidable rivals: they dispersed them. Families were relocated across the Andes, divided to prevent rebellion. The Spanish who followed left observations colored by fascination. They described the Chachapoya as light-skinned and tall, a people of striking appearance living among perpetual fog. Those descriptions fueled centuries of speculation, though genetic studies now show their ancestry firmly rooted in Andean populations. The Cloud People were not a mystery of race or origin. They were a mystery of persistence. They had built civilization where few others had tried. For centuries before the Inca arrived, the Chachapoya maintained a network of settlements across what is now the Amazonas region of Peru. Each was strategically placed along ridgelines or at the mouths of valleys where trade routes descended toward the rainforest. The mountains offered natural defense and a vantage point over the lowlands. Between these strongholds ran a web of trails connecting communities that shared language, customs, and architectural style. Together, they formed a culture adapted to thin air, heavy rain, and steep terrain. Their isolation did not mean disconnection. Archaeological evidence suggests the Chachapoya traded with groups both east and west, coca leaves, feathers, shells, and salt moving through their mountain corridors. The remains of tropical parrots have been found in highland tombs, carried hundreds of kilometers from the rainforest below. Through these exchanges, they linked the high Andes to the lowland Amazon, acting as mediators between two worlds. The true marvel of their culture, however, lies not only in what they built to live in, but in what they built for the dead. Across the mountains, entire cliffsides serve as necropolises, their faces dotted with tombs carved into the rock. At Rivash, small red and white mausoleums cling to a vertical wall, their facades painted with geometric designs and symbols of fertility and renewal. Inside, archaeologists have found bones wrapped in fabric and positioned upright, as though the dead were seated for eternity. The structures are miniature versions of living houses, suggesting that death was viewed not as departure but continuation. Further north at Karagia, another vision of the afterlife appears. Here, 6 sarcophagi stand in a row, each shaped like a human figure, each taller than a man. They are made from a mixture of clay and straw applied over reed frames, their surfaces painted with ochre and lime. From their cliff ledge, they gaze outward across the valley, their painted faces fixed on horizons they will never reach. Some have skulls placed on their heads, possibly belonging to ancestors or warriors honored long after death. To reach them today requires ropes and harnesses. To have built them required courage beyond reason. The act of constructing tombs in such places reveals a worldview inseparable from landscape. The Chachapoya chose to place their dead where the air thins and birds fly, neither in the world of the living nor the world beyond. Each tomb became a threshold, a physical symbol of transition. It is likely they believed the spirits of the deceased guarded their valleys from these heights, watching over crops, weather, and kin. Modern archaeologists face the same challenges the Chachapoya once embraced. The terrain is nearly vertical, weather unpredictable, vegetation relentless. Sites must be reached by hours of climbing, and each discovery demands protection from both erosion and looting. Yet every season brings new revelations. LiDAR mapping has revealed entire complexes hidden beneath jungle canopy, dozens of fortresses, terraces, and villages connected by forgotten paths. What once seemed like an isolated culture now appears as a vast network extending across hundreds of kilometers. Kuelap remains the most visible center, though even it holds more secrets than answers. Excavations there have uncovered offerings buried within walls, small jars, animal bones, and miniature stone objects. These were likely rituals of construction, blessings to stabilize both the structure and the community that depended on it. Among the ruins, archaeologists found evidence of repeated rebuilding over centuries. Walls reinforced, buildings expanded, sections abandoned, and later reoccupied. The city was alive for nearly 700 years, adapting to time and need. In recent decades, new excavations at nearby sites such as Gran Velaya have revealed the same circular architecture and intricate stone carving found at Kuelap. Gran Velaya covers an area larger than most Inca cities, its settlements scattered through valleys so deep that mist seldom clears. Each ruin bears the hallmark of careful engineering: double walls, narrow entrances, and elevated terraces for cultivation. Some buildings appear to have been administrative or ceremonial, others residential. Together, they show a civilization of remarkable consistency, a shared blueprint scaled to the mountains themselves. Daily life for the Chachapoya revolved around agriculture, weaving, and ritual. Terraces cut into slopes held maize, beans, and potatoes. Llamas and alpacas provided transport and wool. Pottery fragments reveal vessels used for storing chicha, a fermented corn drink common across the Andes, suggesting gatherings and feasts tied to agricultural cycles. Weaving tools and spindle whorls found in homes indicate a thriving textile tradition. Their fabrics, though mostly decayed, were once dyed in natural colors derived from plants and insects: reds from cochineal, yellows from molle, blues from indigo. Their art was quiet rather than grand. Unlike the gold-rich cultures of the coast, the Cloud people seemed drawn to balance rather than display. Their ceramics are simple but refined, their stonework precise but never ostentatious. Everything about their craftsmanship reflects equilibrium, a relationship between people, mountain, and mist that valued endurance more than glory. Even their resistance reflected that temperament. When the Inca armies advanced during the 15th century, the Chachapoya fought fiercely, exploiting the terrain that had shaped them. Valleys became choke points, ridges became fortresses. For years, the empire struggled to subdue them. Eventually, through both force and diplomacy, they were incorporated. Yet the Chachapoya never entirely disappeared into Inca identity. Some continued their traditions in remote areas, building small villages that retained the circular house form long after the empire fell. By the time the Spanish arrived in 1532, the Chachapoya had already been weakened by conquest and by the diseases that spread through Andean trade routes. When Francisco Pizarro's forces descended into the region, the remaining communities allied with them against the Inca, hoping to reclaim autonomy. Their support helped the Spanish navigate the difficult mountain terrain, but their reward was short-lived. Within a few decades, epidemics swept through the valleys, and the Chachapoya as a distinct people vanished into history. The rediscovery of their world began centuries later. Local farmers stumbled upon Cuelap's outer walls during the 19th century, describing them as a city built by giants. Early explorers mapped only fragments of it, deterred by vegetation and distance. Serious archaeological work began in the 20th century, slowly revealing the site's scale and complexity. Today, the ruins are accessible by cable car, yet standing within them still feels like stepping outside of time. The air hums with insects, the fog rolls across stone like breath, and the mountains seem to close around you. In museums, fragments of their civilization rest behind glass, pottery, textiles, bones, and tools, each piece carrying traces of the people who once climbed these heights. But the truest monument remains the landscape itself. The Chachapoya reshaped mountains to grow food, carved cliffs to hold their ancestors, and built homes that touched the clouds. Their legacy is not a single structure or artifact. It is the relationship they formed with the impossible terrain they called home. Recent discoveries continue to expand that legacy. In the early 2000s, explorers found more mummies in remote cliff caves near Lake of the Condors, preserved in bundles wrapped with intricate cords. Many still bore facial features, hair, and clothing. Radiocarbon dating placed them in the late pre-Inca period, confirming that Chachapoya funerary practices persisted for centuries. Nearby, offerings of pottery and animal remains suggested complex rituals involving water and mountain spirits. The lake's reflective surface may have symbolized the boundary between life and death, mirroring the sky their tombs faced. Each new find deepens the sense of scale. Far from an isolated tribe, the Cloud people appear to have formed one of the most extensive highland cultures in South America before the Inca. Their population may have numbered in the hundreds of thousands, their settlements linked by trade, defense, and shared cosmology. Yet their absence from written history means that interpretation remains fragile, built from fragments, reconstructed through patience. To study them is to accept ambiguity. Archaeology here moves slowly, dictated by altitude and weather. Many sites are reachable only by mule or on foot. Excavations pause for months when rains turn the trails to rivers. Each uncovered stone wall faces the risk of collapse under constant moisture. Still, researchers persist, tracing their story piece by piece, following the faint map of what was once a kingdom in the clouds. What makes the Chachapoya remarkable is how their world invites humility. They did not build monuments to dominate their landscape, but to coexist with it. Their cities align with ridges. Their tombs follow natural contours of rock. Their walls merge into slopes as though respecting the mountain rather than cutting through it. Their civilization feels less like an imprint and more like an agreement with nature, a negotiation between endurance and fragility. When the fog clears around Cuelap, sunlight glances off the wet stone, and for a few minutes the entire fortress glows pale gold before the clouds close in again. It's a fleeting transformation, but it captures what the Cloud people created, permanence that reveals itself only in moments. The world they built was not meant to dominate time, but to live within it. Long after their language fell silent, their presence remains in the landscape. Farmers still till terraces their ancestors cut. Trails they laid now guide archaeologists through the mountains. Even their tombs, high on unreachable cliffs, continue to face the same valleys, unmoving through centuries of weather. They are reminders that civilization is not always measured in conquest or empire. Sometimes it is the art of remaining unseen, of surviving by blending with the land. Far below, rivers flow toward the Amazon, carrying minerals and sediment from the highlands. Each drop carries a trace of those stones above, eroded slowly over time. In that flow lies the quiet truth of the cloud people. Nothing vanishes completely. Some histories dissolve into the air, others travel onward, reshaping themselves as they go. The Chachapoya no longer watch from their cliffs, yet their fortresses still stand above the mist, keeping the horizon company. To look upon them is to feel both distance and kinship, an awareness that human hands once shaped even the most impossible places. In the high Andes, where rain meets stone and clouds meet sky, the legacy of the cloud people waits, patient as the mountains themselves. High above the turquoise coast of southern Anatolia, whole cities appear to have been carved from the living rock. At dusk, the limestone glows amber, and the facades of hundreds of tombs catch the light as though they were houses waiting for evening to pass. Each doorway is framed by pillars, beams, and imitation wooden joints, all sculpted directly from the cliff. Steps climb toward empty entrances that lead not to rooms, but to chambers cut into the mountain. To the Lycians, death did not end belonging. It simply moved higher up the slope. They were a people who built for permanence. Their homeland, known in antiquity as Lycia, occupied a narrow corner of the Anatolian peninsula between the Taurus Mountains and the sea. The terrain was unforgiving. Stony ridges, scarce soil, and valleys that trapped heat in summer. Yet from this difficult ground, they forged a civilization that lasted more than 1,000 years, balancing independence with diplomacy and myth with pragmatism. Long before Greece and Rome reached its shores, Lycia was already a name carried by sailors and storytellers. Egyptian records from the reign of Ramesses II mention warriors from Lucca, possibly the same people, who joined the seafaring confederations later known as the Sea Peoples. Hittite tablets from the Bronze Age list them as allies and enemies in equal measure. By the time Homer composed his epics, their reputation had become legendary. In the Iliad, the Lycian kings Sarpedon and Glaucus fight beside Troy, praised for courage and loyalty. The poet wrote of them as outsiders whose valor matched that of any Greek hero. Centuries later, archaeology confirmed that their culture was distinct from those around it. Their cities, Xanthos, Patara, Klos, Myra, shared architectural traits unseen elsewhere. Even their script, the Lycian alphabet, though derived from Greek characters, recorded a language that defied easy classification. Its grammar and vocabulary were neither wholly Indo-European nor Semitic, but something older, shaped by the mountains that divided their valleys from the rest of Anatolia. Perhaps their most remarkable feature, however, was social rather than linguistic. Ancient writers observed that Lycians traced descent through the mother's line. Her status determined a child's identity, inheritance, and citizenship. Her husband might belong to another city or tribe, but the children belonged to hers. When the historian Herodotus described this practice in the 5th century before the Common Era, he seemed puzzled by it, noting that Lycians name themselves after their mothers, not their fathers. To them it was unthinkable. To the Lycians it was natural. This matrilineal system may have reflected practical wisdom. In a land of seafarers and soldiers, men were often away for long periods, trading, raiding, or serving as mercenaries in foreign wars. Lineage through women preserved continuity at home. It also gave Lycia an unusual stability. Land passed through maternal kin, maintaining community ties even when external powers came and went. Though women did not rule in the sense of monarchy, they occupied visible positions in public life. Inscriptions mention priestesses, benefactors, and landowners by name, suggesting respect grounded in custom rather than exception. Their cities were organized around small river plains where agriculture was possible. Each settlement controlled its surrounding valley and defended it fiercely. Because the mountains separated them, no single city dominated for long. Instead, They formed federations, loose alliances that allowed cooperation without surrendering autonomy. By the 4th century before the Common Era, the Lycian League had become one of the most sophisticated democratic systems in the ancient world. Member cities sent representatives to a central assembly, each vote weighted by the city's size and influence. Decisions on taxes, defense, and foreign policy were debated collectively. Later observers, including Roman writers, admired its balance between local and regional authority. When the framers of the United States Constitution studied models of ancient governance, they found inspiration in this confederation of mountain towns that had practiced federalism 2 millennia earlier. Xanthos, the League's largest city, stood near the mouth of the Xanthos River, its acropolis commanding the plain. Greek historians recorded that it had twice destroyed itself rather than surrender. The first time was during the invasion of the Persian general Harpagus in the 6th century before the Common Era. According to Herodotus, when defeat became inevitable, the citizens gathered their families, burned their homes, and perished by their own hands. The survivors rebuilt, only for the city to meet a similar fate centuries later when besieged by Roman forces. Whether these accounts are literal or symbolic, archaeology has revealed layers of ash and collapsed masonry that support at least part of the legend. To the Lycians, freedom and identity were worth the ultimate cost. Yet, they were not isolationists. Their ports welcomed traders from Greece, Phoenicia, and Egypt. Patara, one of their most important harbors, became a meeting point for languages and beliefs. Its temples honored both native deities and foreign ones reinterpreted through Lycian eyes. The god of light, known locally as Chachapoya, merged over time with the Greek Apollo. Inscriptions show that rituals blended customs from multiple worlds. Sacrifices offered in Greek fashion, but dedicated to Anatolian spirits of land and spring. Their artistry revealed similar synthesis. The rock-cut tombs that made them famous imitated wooden architecture. Craftsmen translated beams, brackets, and nails into stone, preserving the look of a house built from timber long after the original materials decayed. The result is a visual paradox, structures that appear fragile but have survived 25 centuries. Many facades bear carved reliefs of warriors, lions, and scenes of daily life. The interiors, by contrast, are spare and quiet. A single chamber with benches carved into the walls, intended to hold bodies wrapped in cloth or placed in wooden coffins. Lycian tombs follow a hierarchy of altitude. Ordinary graves lie in the plains or along the roads approaching the cities. Chamber tombs rise on the lower cliffs, accessible by stairways. High above them, isolated on ledges, are the royal or aristocratic burials, small temples built for eternity. The higher the tomb, the closer it was thought to be to the realm of the gods. Ancient travelers sailing the coast would have seen these facades gleaming in sunlight, marking the presence of cities hidden beyond the cliffs. To the Lycians, death was not confined to cemeteries. It was woven into the landscape, visible from land and sea alike. The most extraordinary monument of all stands not in a cliff but in the heart of Xanthos, the so-called Nereid monument. Built around 400 before the Common Era, it resembles a small Ionic temple raised on a massive podium. Around its base runs a frieze carved with scenes of battles and ceremonies, blending Greek stylistic precision with Anatolian symbolism. The upper structure once held statues of sea nymphs, the Nereids, draped in flowing garments, as though carried by wind. Scholars debate whether the monument commemorates a dynastic ruler or represents an ancestral shrine, but its craftsmanship rivals that of Athens or Halicarnassus. Today, it stands reconstructed in the British Museum, removed from its homeland in the 19th century, yet it still carries the elegance of a civilization that refused to be ordinary. Over time, the balance Lycia maintained between independence and openness became difficult to preserve. Persian rule absorbed the region after Harpagus' conquest, though local dynasts retained autonomy under imperial oversight. Coins from this era bear both Persian and Lycian symbols, a visual dialogue between empire and province. Greek influence followed through trade and art, deepening after Alexander the Great's arrival in 334 before the Common Era. His campaign swept through Anatolia, and the Lycians, recognizing the tide of history, submitted peacefully. Under Hellenistic rule, their cities flourished again as centers of commerce and culture. The old language gradually gave way to Greek, yet their distinct identity lingered. By the 2nd century before the Common Era, Lycia found itself within Rome's orbit. At first it remained a client state, its league allowed to govern local affairs. The historian Strabo, writing during the reign of Augustus, praised their system of proportional representation and their fairness in allocating power. But autonomy faded after a series of political conflicts. By the 1st century, Lycia was fully incorporated into the Roman Empire, its freedom transformed into administration. Roads were built, harbors expanded, temples reconstructed in marble. The old rock-cut tombs fell into disuse, replaced by sarcophagi carved with mythological scenes suited to Roman taste. Earthquakes reshaped the landscape in later centuries, toppling temples and burying cities under debris. Yet the tombs in the cliffs survived, protected by their height. Travelers during the Ottoman era described them with wonder, unsure who had carved them or why. Some locals believed they were the dwellings of ancient giants. Others thought them monasteries of forgotten saints. It was not until European explorers of the 19th century mapped the region that Lycia's true story began to re-emerge. Charles Fellows, an English traveller, journeyed through southwestern Turkey in 1838 and stumbled upon the ruins of Xanthos. Struck by the quality of the sculptures, he returned with support from the British Museum to excavate the site. Over the following years, dozens of reliefs, inscriptions, and statues were shipped to London. While his actions reflect the attitudes of his time rather than modern ethics, his discoveries preserved invaluable fragments of Lycian art that might otherwise have been lost to weather and looting. Scholars studying those fragments later deciphered the Lycian language, using bilingual inscriptions that paired it with Greek. Through this process, the cloud of anonymity began to lift. Excavations in the 20th century deepened the picture. Archaeologists uncovered civic buildings, theatres, and sanctuaries demonstrating the prosperity of Lycian urban life. At Patara, they found the assembly hall of the Lycian League, a semicircular structure with marble seats still bearing the names of member cities. Inscriptions describe decrees, alliances, and honours awarded to citizens, evidence of a functioning democracy sustained across centuries. At Myra, the remains of a grand theatre stand beside rows of rock tombs, merging the worlds of life and death in a single view. Each discovery added nuance to a culture that had blended the familiar and the unique. The Lycians adopted elements of Greek architecture, Persian governance, and Roman infrastructure, yet kept a character all their own. Their matrilineal traditions faded under external rule, but echoes survive in inscriptions that name both parents equally, an unusual courtesy in ancient documents. Even their coinage retained local emblems long after other regions conformed to imperial imagery. Modern visitors to Lycia still follow paths the ancients once walked. The Lycian Way, a long-distance trail stretching more than 500 kilometers along the coast, passes through pine forests, olive groves, and ruins half buried by time. At Olympos, moss covers marble blocks inscribed in Greek and Lycian. At Tlos, tombs resembling small fortresses overlook the valley. At Myra, dozens of facades line the cliffs like a stone audience watching the passing centuries. Each site feels less like a ruin and more like a conversation paused mid-sentence. What draws attention is not grandeur, but intimacy. The scale of Lycian architecture fits human proportion. Doorways the height of a man, chambers no larger than a family room. Even their cities seem designed for coexistence rather than spectacle. Unlike the vast colonnades of Rome or the agoras of Greece, Lycian public spaces feel contained, harmonized with the contours of their environment. The mountains dictated boundaries, and they obeyed. Their view of death mirrored that restraint. To climb to a Lycian tomb is to sense continuity rather than separation. The facades resemble homes. The chambers contain offerings of food and drink. The dead remained part of the household, their presence elevated but not removed. Modern archaeologists find traces of later visitors, charcoal from torches, fragments of pottery left as tokens, suggesting that descendants continued to honor ancestors for generations. Through all these details, the Lycians emerge as a civilization of balance. They accepted the isolation their geography imposed, yet opened themselves to the wider world. They valued independence but recognized the strength of federation. They absorbed foreign influence without surrendering their identity. Their art celebrated permanence. Their politics prized cooperation. Few ancient societies managed to weave those threads so gracefully. Today, the cliffs of Lycia are quiet, except for the wind that moves through the openings of their tombs. Inside, the air is cool, dry and still, carrying the faint smell of limestone and dust. Outside, the Mediterranean stretches to the horizon, unchanged since the days their ships crossed it. The Lycians may have vanished as a people, their language long extinct, but their presence lingers in every carved doorway that looks out to sea. To walk among those tombs is to feel time compressed. The same stones that watch the fall of empires now stand above fishing villages and winding roads. The patterns of their society, federation, equality, respect for lineage, echo faintly in modern institutions that have forgotten their source. Lycia teaches that civilization need not proclaim itself loudly to endure. Sometimes it survives in the quiet persistence of stone and the logic of balance. When evening returns to the cliffs, the carved facades fade into shadow, leaving only outlines against the sky. The sun drops behind the mountains and the sea below darkens to the color of slate. For a moment, the tombs resemble what they were meant to be: houses for another realm, suspended between earth and eternity. The Lycians no longer speak, but their cities continue to watch the horizon, patient as ever, waiting for light to return. In the deserts of Central Asia, near the northern edge of Afghanistan and across the plains of Turkmenistan, lie the remains of cities that were forgotten before history even began to count its years. Their walls, though reduced to dust-colored mounds, still trace perfect geometries, rectangles, bastions, and courtyards planned with purpose. From the air, they resemble the faint outlines of constellations pressed into the earth. These are the ruins of the Bactria-Margiana archaeological complex, a Bronze Age civilization that thrived 4,000 years ago and then vanished without explanation. The region is dry now, a landscape of sand and scrub, but in the distant past it was a fertile corridor shaped by rivers that no longer flow. The Murghab and Amu Darya once braided through this land, feeding orchards, fields, and irrigation canals that turned desert into oasis. The people who lived here built cities from mud brick and stone, ringed them with fortifications, and filled them with objects so refined that archaeologists struggled to believe such craftsmanship could have existed in isolation. The discovery began in the early 1970s, when Soviet archaeologist Viktor Saryanidi was conducting surveys across the Karakum Desert. What he found changed the map of the Bronze Age. Beneath layers of sand, his team uncovered massive fortified compounds unlike anything known from the region. They had walls up to 5 meters thick, corner towers, and gates arranged with mathematical precision. Within those walls were temples, granaries, and workshops. Around them stretched cemeteries containing gold, lapis lazuli, and intricately carved stone vessels. The scale of what emerged was startling. Scholars realized that this was not an isolated settlement, but a whole cultural sphere spanning hundreds of kilometers, from the Kopet Dag Mountains to the northern reaches of Bactria. Dozens of sites, connected by trade and shared architecture, belonged to the same civilization. Because no ancient texts mentioned it, researchers called it by the neutral term Bactria-Margiana Archaeological Complex, or simply BMAC. Later generations would refer to it as the Oxus Civilization, after the river that had sustained it. What makes the BMAC extraordinary is how advanced it appeared from its first known phase. Its builders designed cities with monumental symmetry. Temples were aligned along central axes, their inner courtyards containing altars, fire pits, and offering tables. Walls were not haphazard but laid in perfect orthogonal grids. Streets divided neighborhoods of artisans, merchants, and farmers. The architecture suggested planning on a scale more associated with Mesopotamia or the Indus Valley than with the Central Asian steppe. Artifacts deepened the mystery. Excavations revealed thousands of objects: stone seals, bronze tools, ceramics, jewelry, and small sculptures. The seals were particularly striking, square or circular tablets engraved with abstract symbols, human figures, and animals both real and imaginary. Some showed a horned deity standing before a sacred tree. Others depicted processions, altars, or winged creatures. Their artistic style was unique, geometric yet expressive, austere yet filled with meaning. They hinted at a rich spiritual world now lost to translation. Among the most puzzling discoveries were ritual artifacts that defied easy categorization. At Gonur Tepe, the largest site of the complex, archaeologists found a temple precinct containing rows of fire altars and traces of narcotic substances, poppy, ephedra, and cannabis, ground together in vessels. These ingredients match the descriptions of Hyoma, the sacred drink of early Indo-Iranian ritual texts. If that connection holds, it suggests that BMAC priests may have practiced ceremonies that later shaped the religions of Persia and India. The temple's layout, with its concentric walls and central fire chambers, points to an organized priesthood and a theology centered on purification and transformation. The people who built Gonur Tepe also buried their dead with unusual care. Tombs often contained multiple individuals arranged in patterns, their bodies wrapped in textiles and surrounded by vessels, ornaments, and miniature altars. Some graves held figurines of bulls, birds, or snakes carved from limestone or alabaster. Others contained delicate gold foils shaped like leaves, perhaps symbols of renewal. The combination of ritual precision and artistic skill revealed a society as complex in belief as it was in architecture. Yet the origins of this civilization remain uncertain. No written language has been found, no royal inscriptions, no records of trade or conquest. Archaeologists have had to reconstruct its story from material clues. Radiocarbon dating places its height between 2200 and 1700 before the Common Era, overlapping with the late Indus Valley period and the rise of Mesopotamian city-states. Some scholars believe it emerged from local farming communities that had mastered irrigation along the Murghab River. Others argue for migrants, possibly from Iran or the Iranian plateau, who brought new technologies and religious ideas. Whatever its beginnings, the BMAC became a hub linking east and west. Artifacts from Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley have been found in its cities, suggesting a network of trade stretching thousands of kilometers. Lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, tin from Central Asia, and shells from the Indian Ocean all passed through its markets. It may have supplied precious materials to distant civilizations while remaining largely unknown to them by name. In this sense, Bactria and Margiana were both crossroads and frontier, a meeting point of worlds that seldom met directly. The people themselves left few traces beyond their architecture and objects, but those traces suggest an organized and prosperous society. Houses within the cities followed consistent designs, central courtyards, storage rooms, hearths, and areas for food preparation. Evidence of weaving, metallurgy, and pottery indicates specialized labor. Workshops produced finely cast bronze tools, while artisans shaped chlorite stone into vessels decorated with animal motifs, snakes winding around mountains, eagles clutching goats, creatures locked in symmetrical balance. The recurring imagery of duality hints at cosmological beliefs, perhaps a vision of harmony between opposing forces. At the same time, there was a defensive awareness in their architecture. Every major city had massive walls and limited gateways, towers overlooked approach routes, and outer perimeters enclosed agricultural zones. Whether these were built against nomadic raiders or rival cities remains unknown, but they testify to a world that valued security as much as spirituality. Over time, environmental change may have altered that balance. The rivers that sustained the BMAC were prone to shifting courses, and even slight climate variations could have disrupted irrigation. As water receded, fields turned to dust. By around 1700 before the Common Era, many settlements were abandoned. Populations dispersed eastward and southward, possibly merging with Indo-Iranian groups moving through the region. The grand cities faded into legend, their walls left to the sand. When Sarianidi first uncovered these ruins, their preservation astonished him. In the dry desert air, even mud brick walls had retained their shape, Storage jars still sat in rows. Altars remained blackened from ancient fires. The feeling, he later wrote, was of stepping into a place where time had paused. Decades of excavation would follow, gradually revealing the city plans and artifacts that defined the complex. Yet despite years of study, the culture's identity remained elusive, too advanced to be a local anomaly, too self-contained to be easily linked to known empires. Some researchers proposed that BMAC served as a bridge between civilizations. Its religious motifs resemble early Vedic and Zoroastrian imagery, fire worship, sacred plant rituals, the symbolism of the sun and moon. This led to theories that Indo-Iranian migrants either passed through the region or absorbed its traditions into their own. Others argue the influence ran the opposite direction, that the BMAC adopted ideas carried in by outsiders. The truth may lie somewhere between, in a gradual blending rather than invasion or replacement. In the modern era, the sites of the Aksum civilization have become anchors for understanding Central Asia's deep past. Excavations at Gonur Tepe, Togolok, and Dashli have revealed layers of occupation spanning centuries, each building upon the last. Temples evolved from simple enclosures to complex multi-roomed sanctuaries. Housing shifted from communal compounds to individual dwellings. Pottery styles changed, yet the artistic vocabulary, the spirals, geometric borders, and animal motifs remained consistent. Such continuity suggests not decline, but adaptation, as the people adjusted to shifting rivers and climate. The beauty of the artifacts contrasts sharply with their surroundings. Amid the endless beige of desert, the finds shimmer with color. Turquoise inlays, red carnelian beads, gold plaques shaped like petals. One of the most remarkable objects is a small bronze chariot model, complete with wheels and a rider whose arms extend to invisible reins. Another is a seal showing two figures flanking a tree, their hands raised as if invoking fertility. These images, repeated across hundreds of objects, hint at a unified religious language. The precise meaning is lost, yet the emotions they convey, reverence, order, connection, remain clear. Modern technology has brought new insight. Satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar have traced buried canals and foundations across the Karakum Desert, expanding the known footprint of the civilization by hundreds of kilometers. What once seemed an isolated oasis now appears as part of a vast cultural landscape, dotted with settlements, shrines, and fortresses. The picture that emerges is not of a forgotten backwater, but of a region central to Bronze Age exchange, linking Iran, India, and Mesopotamia long before written trade records began. The rediscovery of the BMAC also challenges older narratives about how civilizations spread. For decades, historians viewed Central Asia as a corridor through which ideas passed, but never originated. The Aksum findings overturned that assumption. The architecture, metallurgy, and religious iconography of the region show innovation rather than imitation. Its people were not mere intermediaries, they were creators of a distinct worldview that later radiated outward. Even the layout of their temples reveals this originality. Unlike Mesopotamian ziggurats or Indus bath complexes, BMAC sanctuaries focus inward rather than upward. Central fire altars surrounded by walls suggest rituals of containment and concentration. Their geometry feels introspective, as if worship involved harnessing energy rather than displaying it. Archaeologists studying the alignment of these structures note recurring orientations towards sunrise points, perhaps symbolizing cycles of renewal. Yet despite its accomplishments, the Aksum civilization left no direct descendants to claim its heritage. When later Persian empires rose in the same territory, their myths spoke of earlier sacred lands to the east, a kingdom of the dawn, but offered no names. The sands had erased them too thoroughly. Only fragments survived, motifs echoed in later art, words borrowed into early Indo-Iranian tongues, and the memory of a people who built cities in the desert long before history began to write itself. Today, the ruins remain remarkably intact. At Gonur Tepe, the outer walls still outline a city 2 kilometers across. Visitors can walk through the remnants of its gates, trace the lines of its streets, and stand inside the central temple where the fire altars once burned. the desert wind hums softly through corridors that have been empty for 4 millennia. In the distance, the horizon wavers under heat, but the feeling within the ruins is one of cool permanence, as if the earth itself remembers the pattern of their civilization. Preservation efforts continue, though challenges remain. Shifting sands threaten to bury open trenches, and political instability complicates research. Still, international teams collaborate with local archaeologists to protect the sites. Their work reveals a growing picture of cultural continuity stretching across centuries and borders. Each season adds another piece to the puzzle: a bead, a tool, a wall segment that once held a roof against the sun. The story of the Bactria-Margiana archaeological complex is not a tale of sudden brilliance or catastrophic fall. It is one of steady creation, of communities that built, worshipped, traded, and adapted until their rivers changed course. What they left behind speaks less of collapse than of transformation. Their architecture dissolves into sand, yet their influence may flow through the earliest myths of fire and creation that shaped later civilizations. When dusk falls over Gonur Depe, the color of the desert shifts from gold to rose, then to gray. The outlines of walls merge with the horizon. In that fading light, it's easy to imagine the city as it once was. Fires glowing in courtyards, priests tending altars, traders arriving with caravans of lapis and tin. Then darkness settles, and only the forms of the walls remain, calm and unmoving. The Oxus civilization left no name carved in stone, no chronicle to announce its presence, only order, pattern, and a quiet confidence that has survived the turning of ages. A 1,000 kilometers south of Cairo, far out in Egypt's western desert, the horizon stretches unbroken for miles. The sand here has no color but sunlight itself, and the wind moves so gently that time seems to hesitate. Yet in this emptiness, scattered across a shallow basin now long dry, stand stones arranged with precision. Some rise upright like sentinels, others form a ring no wider than a village courtyard. To the untrained eye, they could be the remnants of chance. To archaeologists, they mark one of the earliest expressions of cosmic awareness on Earth, the stone circle of Nabta Playa. When researchers first mapped the site in the 1970s, they expected little more than the traces of ancient herders. Instead, they found alignment. The central stones, once upright slabs of sandstone, had been placed to frame the rising of specific stars and the onset of the summer solstice. Calculations revealed that the alignments matched the position of the heavens more than 6,000 years ago, 2 millennia before the first stones were raised at Stonehenge. Whoever built them had not only mastered survival in the desert, but had also learned to measure the sky. The builders belonged to what we now call the Nabta Playa culture, a Neolithic people who lived during a time when the Sahara was not a wasteland but a patchwork of grasslands, lakes, and shallow rivers. Seasonal rains filled the Playa, a temporary lakebed, with water each year, drawing herders, hunters, and traders to its shores. As the climate grew harsher, these groups adapted, developing a rhythm of life tied to the movement of stars and seasons. The stone monuments they left behind were not mere shelters or markers, they were instruments of time. Archaeological surveys have revealed that Nabta was more than a single circle. Surrounding the main structure are dozens of stone alignments, cairns, and tumuli spread over several square kilometers. Some mark ancient burials, others seem to trace paths between ritual centers. At the heart of it all stands the calendar circle, 22 stones arranged in a rough ring with 4 pairs oriented toward key points on the horizon. At sunrise, on the longest day of the year, the sun would have risen directly between 2 of those stones. This alignment was no coincidence. By tracking the stars, the people of Nabta could predict the arrival of the rains that transformed the desert into pasture. Their lives depended on timing, knowing when to bring livestock to water, when to move to higher ground, and when to prepare for the dry months ahead. In that sense, their observatory was both sacred and practical, a bridge between heaven and earth that governed survival itself. Around the circle, archaeologists uncovered stone-roofed chambers containing cattle bones, sometimes buried with care and offerings. The cattle were not simply food, they were symbols of life, fertility, and continuity. The discovery of these burials led researchers to describe them as the earliest known evidence of animal veneration in Africa, a belief that would echo centuries later in the bull cults of ancient Egypt. Some of the remains were placed within small enclosures lined with sandstone slabs, their arrangement suggesting deliberate ritual rather than disposal. Further excavation revealed larger ceremonial structures beyond the circle. One of the most striking is a complex of megaliths set in geometric patterns, triangles, rectangles, and pathways aligned to celestial bodies. Nearby, shallow pits contained the bones of goats, gazelles, and ostriches, evidence of feasts that may have coincided with astronomical events. These details point to gatherings that united scattered communities under a shared sky, celebrations that blended practical observation with spiritual reverence. To live in Nabta was to live at the edge of possibility. The people who settled the basin faced extremes of heat and scarcity, yet they engineered survival through cooperation. Archaeological traces of wells, hearths, and stone huts reveal organization beyond mere campsites. Some areas appear to have served as long-term settlements, while others were reserved for rituals. Grinding stones found nearby show that they processed grains and tubers. Pottery fragments indicate storage of milk or water. Their ceramics, decorated with complex, incised patterns, are among the earliest examples of artistic expression in North Africa. The presence of imported materials, obsidian from Ethiopia, shells from the Red Sea, and pigments from distant quarries, suggests that Nabta was part of a broader network of trade. These exchanges carried not only goods, but ideas. The circular architecture, the cattle cult, and the astronomical alignments all foreshadow elements later seen in the Nile Valley. Some scholars argue that the people of Nabta were among the ancestors of the early Egyptians, carrying their cosmology northward as the desert dried. Others caution that such connections remain speculative, yet the parallels are hard to dismiss. When the Playa's waters finally vanished around 4500 before the Common Era, the inhabitants began to migrate. The rains no longer returned, and the once green Sahara hardened into the landscape we know today. The builders dismantled some of their monuments, perhaps as part of ritual closure, before leaving. For centuries afterward, wind and sand buried their stones. Only in the modern era did the pattern re-emerge, a geometry of intention beneath the dunes. The rediscovery of Nabta Playa added an unexpected chapter to human prehistory. Before its excavation, archaeologists believed that monumental architecture and organized astronomy first arose in the great river civilizations of Mesopotamia and Egypt. Nabta shifted that timeline backward by thousands of years. It demonstrated that pastoral communities, living far from cities or writing systems, could achieve a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos through observation and collective memory. At first, the claim met resistance. Some researchers doubted that Neolithic herders could have tracked stellar movement with such accuracy, yet measurements of the stone alignments, combined with computer models of ancient skies, confirmed their precision. The circle's main axis points to the rising of Orion's belt, an asterism associated in later Egyptian mythology with Osiris, the god of resurrection. Whether coincidence or continuity, the connection deepened the site's significance. Excavations also revealed evidence of social hierarchy. Larger burial mounds contained elaborate goods, beads of carnelian and turquoise, polished stone tools, and fragments of cow figurines, while smaller graves held simpler offerings. This differentiation suggests that Nabta had begun to develop stratified leadership, perhaps religious specialists who oversaw ceremonies and maintained the astronomical calendar. In a landscape where water dictated everything, those who could predict its return wielded both authority and reverence. One of the most haunting discoveries came from a mound containing the remains of a young woman, carefully positioned and surrounded by stones. Her burial was unlike others, isolated, deliberate, and oriented toward the stars. The precision of her interment implies that she held symbolic or spiritual importance, though her name and story remain unknown. She has since been called the Lady of Nabta, a silent witness to a civilization's first understanding of eternity. Beyond the circle and tombs lie hints of daily life. Hearths still contain traces of ash. Fragments of ostrich eggshells suggest their use as water containers. Flakes of flint mark tool-making areas, while worn grinding stones speak of repetitive labor. These details bring humanity to the site. People sharing meals, repairing tools, tending fires under the same constellations they mapped in stone. The blend of survival and science feels intimate, as if cosmology was not an abstraction, but part of living. The most striking feature of Nabta Playa, however, is its restraint. Unlike later monuments that sought grandeur, its stones are modest in scale. None rise higher than a person's shoulder. Their power lies in placement, not size. The builders seemed less concerned with permanence than with precision, aligning their world with the heavens rather than dominating it. That humility lends the site a quiet dignity, as though it still performs its original purpose, measuring the rhythm of time through balance rather than spectacle. Modern visits to the site often evoke a sense of stillness rare even among ancient ruins. Standing at the center of the circle, one can see the same constellations that guided its builders, though shifted slightly by the long procession of the equinoxes. The desert air remains crisp, the stars uncountable. It is easy to imagine families gathering here, watching for the return of Sirius or Orion, waiting for signs of rain. The same patience that carved patterns into the sky still lingers in the stones. The legacy of Nabta extends beyond archaeology. It redefines what it means to build civilization. Here were people without writing, metal, or monumental scale, yet they created an instrument of time capable of bridging Earth and cosmos. Their achievement speaks to a universal impulse, to understand one's place within the vastness above. In that sense, Nabta is less a ruin than a reminder. Intelligence and curiosity are as old as survival itself. Over the past few decades, ongoing studies have revealed even deeper layers of complexity. Ground-penetrating radar has detected buried structures extending beyond the known perimeter, possibly additional alignments or ceremonial enclosures. Microscopic analysis of residues from pottery shards suggests they brewed fermented beverages from grains and wild fruits, perhaps consumed during solstice gatherings. The presence of charred plant matter from distant regions indicates long-distance exchange networks sustained even as the climate deteriorated. Yet for all this evidence, the heart of Nabta's purpose remains partly unknowable. The stones resist full translation. Were they calendars, temples, memorials, or all three at once? The duality between practical and sacred may itself be the point. To people whose existence hinged on the seasons, the boundary between science and spirituality may never have existed. The sky was both a tool and a god, predictable yet divine. As the Sahara hardened after 4500 before the Common Era, the descendants of Nabta's builders likely followed the Nile northward. There, in the river valley, the first settled communities of pre-dynastic Egypt began to flourish. The symbolic language of cattle, solar cycles, and cosmic order reappeared in early Egyptian art. Some archaeologists see in this continuity the faint echo of desert wisdom carried into the birth of pharaonic civilization. The principle that life on Earth reflected harmony in the heavens, a cornerstone of Egyptian cosmology, may have been born around a modest stone circle in a forgotten basin. Today, Nabta Playa is rarely visited. The journey requires crossing hours of desert by trackless paths, guided only by GPS and wind. Those who reach it find a landscape stripped to essentials: sand, stone, sky, and the marks of human intention. The circle itself, re-erected after excavation, looks unassuming against the vast plain. Yet in the stillness, its alignment becomes clear. As the sun dips low or rises along its ancient axis, the purpose of the site feels immediate. The stones no longer speak of mystery. They speak of measure, of patience, of the quiet logic that binds survival to the stars. The importance of Nabta lies not just in its age, but in its continuity with every act of observation that followed. From Mesopotamian ziggurats to Greek observatories, from Mayan pyramids to modern telescopes, the same impulse endures: to map the heavens in stone, to read meaning in motion. The people of Nabta Playa began that story when they turned their eyes upward and saw not chaos, but rhythm. As evening falls across the western desert, the air cools quickly. The horizon softens into shades of violet and gold. From the center of the circle, the dunes appear endless, and the stars rise one by one in their ancient order. The wind carries nothing but its own sound. It is easy to forget time altogether, to feel that the stones are still waiting for someone to mark the next solstice. They do not tell a legend, nor do they boast of kings. They tell only of the human desire to understand. Long before pyramids rose or empires formed, people gathered here to listen to the sky. They measured its pulse and set it into the ground, ensuring that even after their departure, the earth itself would keep count. Thousands of years have passed since the last herders left Nabta Playa, yet the stones remain fixed to their purpose, silent clocks keeping time with the turning of the heavens. Their builders are gone, their names forgotten, but their design continues to function. Each dawn and dusk restates the same truth, that long before civilization learned to write its history, it had already begun to read the stars. A slab of granite weighing more than 500 tons lies toppled on the high plateau of northern Ethiopia. It once stood upright, one of the tallest stelae ever raised by human hands, carved from a single block and etched with the outlines of doors and windows that mimic the front of a many-storied palace. Its surface is so smooth that light travels across it like water. When it fell, perhaps more than 1,000 years ago, the crash must have shaken the valley. The stele marked not a tomb, but an idea, that power could be immortalized in stone. Around it rose the city of Aksum, capital of an African empire that looked outward to the Red Sea and the wider world. By the time Rome was reaching the height of its influence, Aksum was already trading with its merchants, minting gold coins and sending caravans deep into the African interior. Its ships crossed the Red Sea to Arabia, its diplomats wrote to emperors, its inscriptions spoke in Greek as well as Ge'ez, the local tongue that still survives as a liturgical language today. At a time when much of Europe had not yet developed writing systems, Aksum was recording decrees, treaties, and royal genealogies in multiple languages. The plateau that cradled the kingdom was well chosen, temperate, fertile, and close to the mountain passes leading east toward the sea. Streams from the highlands fed terraces of grain and teff, while beyond the escarpment lay the port of Adulis, Aksum's window to the Indian Ocean. From there, ships carried ivory, frankincense, gold, and exotic animals to ports in Egypt, Arabia, and India. In return came glass, wine, olive oil, and silks. Aksum stood at the meeting point of continents, a crossroads linking Africa with the Mediterranean and the Orient. Archaeological excavations reveal that the city was already thriving by the 1st century of the Common Era. Foundations of palaces built from basalt blocks still rise several meters above the soil, their edges fitted so precisely that not even a blade can slip between them. Staircases climb to what were once upper floors of wooden construction, now long vanished. Each palace had its own stellar field, rows of granite monuments that served as both memorials and markers of royal authority. The largest were reserved for kings, smaller ones for nobles and courtiers. Together they formed a skyline of stone columns visible for miles. Aksum's stelae were not crude monoliths but architectural illusions. Carved with windows, doors, and decorative bands, they resemble towers or multi-story buildings. The tallest surviving example still standing, the so-called obelisk of Aksum, reaches 24 meters high and weighs about 170 tons. Its base once rested on a subterranean chamber where offerings or royal remains may have been placed. Each level of the monument mirrors the idea of the royal residence, suggesting that kings sought to extend their earthly dwellings into the realm of the divine. To carve such structures from solid granite demanded extraordinary skill. The quarries lay several kilometers from the city, and the tools were of iron and bronze. Moving each block required coordination on a scale comparable to pyramid construction. Holes at the base of some stelae show where ropes were once fastened. Ramps of earth and stone likely guided the monoliths upright. How exactly they achieved this remains uncertain, but the precision of their work leaves no doubt about the technical sophistication of Aksumite engineers. Beyond the royal quarter, the city spread across rolling hills. Archaeologists have uncovered workshops, reservoirs, and residential compounds, as well as inscriptions that record the reach of its kings. One such text, carved into a stone throne base, describes a ruler named Ezana who boasts of subduing neighboring tribes and expanding Aksum's borders to the sea. His reign in the 4th century marks a pivotal moment, the official conversion of the empire to Christianity. Ezana's inscriptions appear in both Greek and Ge'ez, bridging the world of the classical Mediterranean and the indigenous traditions of Africa. Under his rule, Aksum adopted the cross as a state symbol, long before most European kingdoms had done the same. Churches replaced temples, new coins bore the emblem of faith beside the image of the king. Christianity in Aksum took root not as an imposed creed, but as an evolution of its own spiritual landscape. For centuries, local deities associated with sun and moon had been worshipped through stone altars and processions. The transition to monotheism found harmony rather than conflict with that heritage. The arrival of Christianity did not isolate Aksum from the wider world. It connected it even more strongly. Bishops traveled between Aksum and Alexandria. Merchants continued to trade with Byzantine ports. Greek and Coptic texts circulated alongside Ge'ez manuscripts written on parchment. The empire's ports became stopovers for travelers journeying between Africa, Arabia, and India. Aksum's ships, described by Roman geographers as sturdy and swift, carried elephants and exotic spices to far-off markets. Ivory from Aksumite territories has been found as far away as China. The coinage of Aksum stands as one of its most eloquent legacies. Beginning around the 3rd century, the empire minted gold, silver, and bronze coins inscribed with both Greek and Ge'ez legends. They bore portraits of kings wearing crowns or fillets, often accompanied by the symbol of the cross. These coins were not only instruments of commerce but tools of diplomacy, spreading the name of Aksum across trade networks that spanned continents. Their consistent weight and purity testify to a stable economy managed by an organized state. Greek and Roman writers knew of Aksum and regarded it with respect. The anonymous author of the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, a merchant's handbook from the 1st century, described Adulis as a bustling harbor where ivory, tortoiseshell, and incense were exported in exchange for gold and silver. Later, the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great corresponded with Aksumite rulers, recognizing them as peers. To Mediterranean observers, Aksum was not a curiosity at the world's edge, but a vital partner in commerce and politics. Inland, the landscape surrounding Aksum tells of continuity reaching back long before the city's rise. Stone tombs, cairns, and stellar fields mark earlier cultures whose traditions the Aksumites inherited and transformed. Excavations at nearby Yeha, a pre-Aksumite site, have uncovered a massive temple built around 800 before the Common Era. Its walls of ashlar masonry assembled without mortar. The architecture shows connections to South Arabia, suggesting that migrations or trade across the Red Sea seeded the cultural foundations upon which Aksum later grew. Yet the civilization that emerged on the Ethiopian plateau developed its own distinct identity, independent of outside dominance. At its height, the kingdom's influence stretched across present-day Eritrea, northern Ethiopia, Djibouti, and parts of Sudan and Yemen. Its control of the Red Sea routes gave it both wealth and leverage. Caravans moved inland carrying goods from Africa's interior, gold from the Nubian deserts, animal hides from the savannas, and incense from the Horn of Africa's dry hills. In return, Aksum supplied Rome and Byzantium with commodities they prized but could not produce themselves. The empire's prosperity was written not only in its monuments but in the fertility of its fields, sustained by complex irrigation systems that captured seasonal rains. Religion continued to shape Aksum's identity after Ezana's conversion. Churches rose beside older temples, monastic communities spread through the highlands. The famous Church of Mariam Tzion, said by Ethiopian tradition to house the Ark of the Covenant, traces its origin to this era. Whether myth or memory, such stories reveal the depth of spiritual continuity that links Aksum to later Ethiopian Christianity. The kingdom's relations with its neighbors were not always peaceful. In the early 6th century, Aksumite rulers intervened across the Red Sea in southern Arabia, responding to the persecution of Christians under a local Jewish king. The Aksumite army crossed the strait and established a protectorate in Yemen, effectively controlling both sides of the trade route. For a brief period, the empire commanded the passage between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean, rivaling even Byzantium in maritime influence. But power built on trade can be fragile. By the 7th century, shifting commerce and the rise of new Islamic states along the Arabian coast altered the balance. As sea routes redirected toward Persian Gulf ports, Adulis declined. Aksum retreated from its coastal possessions, focusing instead on the highlands. The spread of Islam introduced new political realities. Though relations were often peaceful, Aksum's days as a world empire were numbered. Yet its culture did not collapse. It transformed. Archaeological evidence shows that the city remained occupied for centuries after its political prominence waned. Coins continued to circulate. Churches continued to hold services. Over time, new centers of power emerged farther south, eventually giving rise to the medieval Ethiopian kingdoms that inherited Aksum's faith and language. In this way, Aksum's legacy flowed forward rather than disappearing. The Ethiopian script, descended from the Ge'ez alphabet used in Aksumite inscriptions, remains in use today. Visitors to Aksum today encounter a landscape that still bears the weight of its past. The Stele Field, with its towering granite pillars, forms the heart of the archaeological park. Some lie fallen, others stand upright, their carvings weathered yet distinct. Nearby, deep tomb chambers cut into the rock reveal the engineering precision of ancient masons. To walk among these stones is to feel both presence and distance, the nearness of human ambition and the long reach of time. The modern city that has grown around the ruins remains a pilgrimage site. Each year, thousands gather for religious festivals that trace their lineage back to Aksumite Christianity. Priests in white robes carry crosses of silver and brass, chanting hymns in Ge'ez that echo across the hills. The rituals blend history and devotion in a way that erases centuries. The empire may have fallen, but its voice never stopped speaking. From an archaeological perspective, much of Aksum's story is still being uncovered. Excavations beneath modern buildings continue to reveal layers of occupation, palace foundations, workshops, and inscriptions that refine our understanding of its chronology. Radiocarbon dating places the earliest levels around 800 before the Common Era, while the monumental stelae belong to the first few centuries of the Common Era. The precision of its stonework and the cosmopolitan character of its artifacts show a society comfortable in its sophistication. One of the most extraordinary discoveries came from a tomb beneath a large fallen stele. Inside, archaeologists found gold jewelry, bronze lamps, glass vessels, and fragments of imported ceramics, objects that linked Aksum to the trade networks of the Mediterranean and the Near East. The craftsmanship rivals anything from classical antiquity, demonstrating that the artisans of Africa's highlands worked with skill equal to their contemporaries across the sea. The story of Aksum challenges narrow views of history. Too often, the narrative of ancient civilization has been confined to the Nile, the Tigris, and the Euphrates. The highlands of Ethiopia reveal another axis of development, one that combined indigenous innovation with global connection. The empire's writing system, architecture, and coinage prove that Africa was not a passive participant in the ancient world, but one of its creative centers. At dusk, when the last light touches the granite stelae, their carved windows glow faintly as if from within. The surrounding hills grow quiet except for the low hum of prayer from nearby monasteries. Farmers returning from the fields pass along paths their ancestors once used, glancing up at monuments that have outlasted kingdoms. In those moments, Aksum feels less like a ruin than a rhythm that never stopped, a pulse of continuity through time. What remains most remarkable about the Kingdom of Aksum is not only what it achieved, its engineering, literacy, and diplomacy, but how it connected worlds that would otherwise have remained apart. It was Africa in conversation with Rome, India, and Byzantium, a civilization that spoke many languages yet kept its own at the center. Its fall was not an ending but a diffusion, its heritage absorbed into the fabric of Ethiopian culture that endures to this day. As night settles on the plateau, the stars appear above the stelae, just as they did when the first kings stood before them. The monuments no longer mark royal tombs, they mark continuity. Aksum's story drifts between stone and sky, between what was written and what was felt. Long after its empire faded, the idea that began here, a confident awareness of place within a larger world, remains carved into the granite of the highlands, waiting for each dawn to trace its lines again. The air at 4,000 meters carries a peculiar stillness, thin and cold, as if time itself hesitates before crossing the Andean plateau. At the southern edge of Lake Titicaca, stone blocks the size of trucks lie scattered across a plain so vast that distances seem distorted. Each surface bears the unmistakable mark of human intent, angles cut with geometric perfection, corners that meet like folded paper, grooves so precise that a blade of grass could not pass between them. These are the remains of Tiahuanaco, a civilization that thrived long before the rise of the Inca and whose methods of construction continue to confound even modern engineers. The site's most striking feature is a single monolith, the Gate of the Sun. Carved from one enormous piece of andesite, it stands 3 meters tall and weighs more than 10 tons. At its center, a figure with rays radiating from its head holds 2 staffs, each tipped with condors. Around this solar being, 30 small winged figures march in ordered rows. The carving is shallow yet impossibly crisp, as though the stone had once been soft. The symmetry, the precision, the mastery of depth and proportion, everything about the gate suggests a culture that treated stone not as material, but as memory. Archaeologists believe that Tiahuanaco reached its height between 400 and 900 of the Common Era. Yet local legends speak of it as much older, a city built when the world was still new. Even the Inca, who encountered its ruins centuries later, regarded it as the work of gods. They called the site Tiahuanaco, the place of the dawn, believing it to be where creation began. Whatever its true age, the civilization that built it transformed the high plateau, known as the Altiplano, into one of the most advanced cultural centers in pre-Columbian America. The scale of its urban core is remarkable. Excavations reveal a ceremonial complex laid out with mathematical precision, aligned to the movements of the sun and stars. The central precinct, known as the Kalasasaya, is a raised platform enclosure nearly 300 feet long, bordered by massive sandstone pillars. Within it stands the Gate of the Sun, positioned to capture the rising sun during the solstice. Nearby lies the semi-subterranean temple, a sunken courtyard whose walls are set with more than 100 carved stone faces, each distinct in expression and style. Some appear human, others animal, some perhaps ancestral spirits. The effect is haunting, a council of permanence looking inward on eternity. Below the ground level of the site, archaeologists have found evidence of complex drainage systems, channels cut into solid rock to guide rainwater away from ceremonial plazas. Such engineering demonstrates a mastery of hydraulic design rare for its time. Even more impressive are the interlocking blocks of the nearby Akapana Pyramid, a 7-tiered platform whose core of earth and stone once supported temples, canals, and perhaps reservoirs. The stones fit together with joints so tight that centuries of erosion have failed to widen them. Their surfaces bear small L-shaped cuts and depressions that may have held metal clamps, suggesting an early form of stone binding technology. To shape and transport these stones required ingenuity beyond simple labor. The nearest quarries lie several kilometers away, across terrain broken by marshes and hills. The heaviest blocks weigh up to 150 tons. Some scholars propose that they were moved on reed sledges or dragged across wet clay, others that wooden rollers or llama caravans played a part. Yet the exact method remains speculative. What is certain is that the builders understood leverage, coordination, and geometry at a level far beyond what traditional hand tools imply. The precision of Tiahuanaco's architecture is matched by the subtlety of its symbolism. The iconography carved into the Gate of the Sun on ceramics and across textiles reflects a sophisticated cosmology. The central solar deity, often called the staff god, represents a universal order linking sky, earth, and water. From his eyes flow tears or rays, symbols of rain, fertility, and illumination. The repetition of winged figures and puma-headed beings suggests a pantheon where animal and divine merged, each embodying an aspect of the natural cycle. This worldview was not confined to art. It was built into the city itself. The arrangement of temples mirrors celestial events, with alignments marking solstices, equinoxes, and the rising of key stars. During the dry season, when sunlight strikes the Kalasasaya's western wall, its shadow aligns perfectly with the eastern gateway, forming a brief corridor of light across the plaza. Such design reveals an integration of astronomy and ritual that governed not only spiritual life but also agriculture and governance. The land surrounding Tiahuanaco might appear barren, yet the ancient engineers found ways to make it flourish. The people developed an agricultural system known as suka kolus, raised fields separated by water channels that absorbed heat during the day and released it at night, protecting crops from frost. These earthworks stretched for kilometers, turning the high plains into a patchwork of productivity. Archaeological studies show that the system could support a population of tens of thousands, perhaps even more, making Tiahuanaco one of the earliest examples of sustainable high-altitude farming. The economy that grew from this innovation extended far beyond the plateau. Traders carried goods across the Andes, maize and chili peppers from lower valleys, tropical fruits and coca leaves from the Yungas forests, and copper and gold from distant mines. In return, Tiahuanaco exported finely crafted pottery, textiles dyed with vivid mineral pigments, and intricate metalwork. Their artisans blended copper, tin and silver into alloys used for ceremonial knives and ornaments, achieving a level of metallurgical control rare in the ancient world. Socially, the civilization appears to have been organized around a religious hierarchy. Temples served as both administrative centers and places of ceremony. The elite, possibly priest-kings, governed through a blend of spiritual authority and economic management. Their control of water, agriculture and trade gave them immense power. Art from the period depicts processions of attendants, musicians, and offerings, suggesting rituals that unified the populace through spectacle and devotion. At its zenith, Tiahuanaco's influence spread across much of the central Andes. Colonies and satellite settlements appeared as far as present-day Peru, Chile, and Argentina, connected through trade and shared iconography. Its art style, with bold, geometric designs and stylized deities, became a visual language of prestige adopted by neighboring cultures. Yet unlike the later Inca, Tiahuanaco did not appear to rule through conquest. Its strength lay in cultural magnetism, a gravitational pull of belief and craftsmanship that radiated across the mountains. Then, gradually, the network unraveled. Climate studies suggest that around 900 of the Common Era, the Altiplano entered a prolonged drought. The raised fields that had sustained thousands began to fail. As water receded and crops withered, populations migrated toward more fertile valleys. Temples were abandoned, rituals ceased, and the monumental stones that once defined the sacred city were left to the cold. The civilization did not fall to war or invasion, but to the slow, unrelenting force of environmental change. When the Inca later rose to prominence centuries afterward, they encountered the remnants of Tiahuanaco and regarded them with reverence. In their mythology, the creator god Viracocha was said to have emerged from Lake Titicaca, bringing light to a darkened world and shaping humanity from stone. The ruins of Tiahuanaco became part of that sacred geography, a place touched by divine hands. To the Inca, its walls were not the work of mortals, but the footprints of creation itself. European travelers who reached the site in the 16th century shared the same astonishment. Chroniclers described the stones as larger than any in Spain and puzzled over how such precision could have been achieved without iron tools or beasts of burden. Later explorers in the 19th century proposed elaborate theories, some imagining ancient cataclysms, others suggesting lost technologies. Even today, the question of technique invites speculation, though archaeologists emphasize that the genius of Tiahuanaco lies not in mystery but in mastery. Generations of skilled artisans, mathematicians, and engineers working in harmony with their environment. Modern excavations continue to reveal new facets of the site. Beneath layers of earth, archaeologists have uncovered residential quarters, ceremonial courtyards, and workshops for pottery and stone carving. Microscopic analysis of tool marks shows that artisans used a combination of hammer stones, abrasives, and copper chisels to achieve their precision, proof that innovation can rival technology. Other discoveries, like skeletal remains arranged in ritual patterns, offer glimpses of complex spiritual beliefs centered on life, death, and transformation. The city's significance did not end with its abandonment. The cultural legacy of Tiahuanaco flowed into later Andean civilizations. The Wari Empire, which rose to power shortly after Tiahuanaco's decline, borrowed its religious symbols and architectural principles. Centuries later, the Inca adopted similar techniques of masonry, creating temples and fortresses that echo the same geometric perfection. Even the concept of state-sanctioned ritual, binding governance to divine order, may trace its lineage to these high-altitude architects. To stand within the ruins today is to experience a dual sense of grandeur and humility. The horizon expands in every direction, broken only by the distant shimmer of Lake Titicaca and the silhouettes of volcanoes. The stones absorb sunlight until they glow with a faint warmth, as if storing the memory of the people who placed them. Visitors often remark on the quiet precision of the site, the way each wall seems measured against the sky, the way every surface balances strength and grace. Nothing feels accidental, yet nothing feels boastful. The Gate of the Sun remains the centerpiece. Over the centuries, it has shifted slightly from its original position, cracked through its center by an earthquake or ancient upheaval. Still, the carving remains intact, the face of the solar deity gazing toward the east as though waiting for another dawn. Archaeologists have proposed that the figures around the god may represent a calendar, encoding cycles of time based on lunar and solar observations. If true, it would mean that Tiahuanaco's architects had devised not only a physical order, but a mathematical one, binding their monument to the rhythm of the heavens. Night transforms the ruins completely. As the temperature drops, the stones release their stored heat, and the stars emerge with crystalline clarity. The same constellations that guided the builders still shine above. The Southern Cross, the Pleiades, the line of Orion tilted low on the horizon. It is easy to imagine ceremonies performed under that sky, drums echoing across the plateau, flames flickering on the terraces, prayers carried into the cold air. For the people of Tiahuanaco, the cosmos was not distant, but immediate, woven into every act of creation. The rediscovery of their achievements invites reflection on how civilizations remember. The builders of Tiahuanaco left no written language, yet their stones convey an intelligence as clear as any script. Their geometry speaks of calculation. Their alignments speak of astronomy. Their design speaks of community. Even in ruin, the city communicates purpose, the same quiet certainty that links all great human endeavors. In the modern era, the site has become both a symbol of national pride and a focus of study. Preservation efforts seek to protect it from erosion, tourism, and the slow decay of time. New technologies, 3D scanning, drone mapping, and geophysical imaging reveal hidden layers without disturbing the ground. Each discovery adds depth to the portrait of a civilization that refused to be ordinary. What ultimately makes Tiahuanaco extraordinary is its balance of scale and subtlety. It does not overwhelm through size alone, but through the precision of thought made visible in stone. Its builders mastered environment, material, and form in a way that still commands respect. Their legacy reminds us that technology is not merely tools and machines, it is the ability to shape the world through understanding. When dawn returns to the plateau, light spills through the Gate of the Sun, touching the carved face of the deity and the plain beyond. The same alignment that once marked the solstice continues its quiet function, unchanged by centuries. The stones cast long, deliberate shadows across the grass, as if still measuring the passage of time. No writing survives, no chronicles remain, yet the city continues to keep its own record, etched in geometry, preserved by altitude, and illuminated every morning by the first rays of the sun. Tiahuanaco does not ask to be solved. It asks to be seen as its builders intended, a conversation between earth and sky, between precision and belief. In its measured silence, one can sense the persistence of an idea older than empire and deeper than stone. That civilization begins not with conquest, but with the act of aligning one's world to the rhythm of the stars. When archaeologists first unearthed the burned clay figurines in the fields of Ukraine and Moldova, they crumbled in their hands, fragile remnants of a world that had once flourished, then deliberately set ablaze. Each fragment carried traces of red and black pigment, painted in swirling motifs that spiraled endlessly around limbs and torsos. The same spirals appeared on pottery shards, on house walls, and even in the patterns carved into bone tools. To the people who made them, these spirals may have represented life cycles, water, the sun, or eternity itself. But to the excavators, they revealed something stranger. An entire civilization that had built vast settlements across Eastern Europe thousands of years before the rise of cities in Mesopotamia, only to burn them down again and again. The Cucuteni Trypillia culture emerged around 5,400 before the Common Era, spreading across what is now Romania, Moldova, and western Ukraine. Its people lived during the Neolithic, a time when farming was reshaping human existence. Villages multiplied, crops replaced the chase of wild herds, and the rhythms of life became tied to the soil. Yet the communities of Cucuteni Trypillia did something extraordinary. They gathered not in small clusters, but in settlements that spanned hundreds of acres, containing thousands of houses arranged in concentric circles or spirals. Some of these proto-cities were home to populations exceeding 10,000, numbers unthinkable for Europe at the time. Seen from above, their layout was strikingly deliberate. Houses lined up in curved rows, forming patterns that resembled coiled shells or the rings of a tree. At the center stood open plazas or sanctuaries, perhaps places of gathering, ritual, or trade. The houses themselves were made of wattle and daub, wooden frames coated in clay, then painted in warm hues of red, orange, and white. Floors were plastered smooth, hearths carefully built, and walls adorned with intricate designs. Some homes contained clay altars or figurines, evidence that daily life and spiritual practice were intertwined. The pottery of this culture remains among the most beautiful of the Neolithic world. Vessels were crafted with elegant proportions and decorated with hypnotic geometric motifs, spirals, meanders, and repeating waves. The colors were not random, each was applied in layers of mineral pigment and fired to achieve permanence. Archaeologists have found entire rooms filled with painted ceramics, suggesting that the people of Cucuteni Trypillia valued beauty as a daily necessity rather than a luxury. Some jars depict human faces or animals, while others carry purely abstract designs, as if expressing the unseen forces that governed life and death. Their artistry extended beyond clay. Small figurines of women, often with exaggerated hips and torsos, have been discovered by the thousands. Many are seated, hands on knees, heads bowed or absent altogether. Scholars interpret them variously, as representations of fertility, ancestors, or goddesses. A few male figures appear, but the overwhelming focus on the feminine suggests that these societies may have centered their cosmology around cycles of fertility and regeneration. Some figurines were placed beside hearths, others in pits beneath floors, as if watching over the household. Agriculture provided stability. The people grew wheat, barley, and peas, raised cattle and sheep, and used polished stone tools for harvesting and grinding. Trade routes connected their settlements to distant regions. Seashells from the Black Sea and copper ornaments from the Carpathians attest to wide-ranging exchange. Yet their prosperity depended on balance, between land and labor, between growth and renewal. When a settlement grew too large or the surrounding soil became exhausted, the inhabitants would abandon it, often after setting it on fire. The pattern of deliberate burning defines the mystery of the Cucuteni Trypillia world. Nearly every excavated settlement shows evidence of massive conflagration. Entire neighborhoods were torched, roofs collapsed, and clay walls baked into brittle orange slabs. The fires burned so hot that pottery fused to floors and tools melted into the debris. At first, researchers assumed invasion or catastrophe, but the absence of weapons, the lack of bodies, and the consistency of the pattern suggested something else: ritual destruction. It appeared that every 60 to 80 years, the inhabitants burned their own villages to the ground before building a new nearby. Why they did this remains one of the most haunting questions in European prehistory. Some archaeologists propose a symbolic cleansing, a way of renewing life through destruction, much as fields are burned to encourage fresh growth. Others see a cosmological dimension, where fire represented transformation, closing one cycle before beginning another. Whatever the reason, the act unified the community. Everyone participated, everyone left, everyone began again. The charred ruins, preserved in layers of soil, have given modern researchers an unparalleled window into their daily life. Among the ruins, archaeologists have reconstructed rooms as they stood moments before the fires consumed them. Clay ovens, benches, and storage jars remain in place, sealed under layers of ash. Some houses contained looms with woven fragments still clinging to clay weights. Others held miniature models of dwellings, suggesting that architecture itself held sacred meaning. The combination of domestic comfort and ritual design reveals a society where the home was both a dwelling and a temple. Over time, these settlements grew in scale and complexity. By 4000 before the Common Era, some spanned more than 300 hectares, rivaling the earliest urban centers of Mesopotamia. Streets connected neighborhoods, open squares hosted gatherings or markets. The inhabitants may have practiced a form of communal governance, with no evidence of centralized authority or monumental palaces. Leadership, if it existed, may have been shared among clans or councils, rather than imposed by kings. Such organization required cooperation on a scale rare for prehistory. The climate, however, was changing. Around 3500 before the Common Era, rainfall patterns shifted and the once fertile plains of the Dniester and Bug rivers began to dry. Agricultural yields declined. At the same time, new populations from the steppe to the east, herders associated with the Yamnaya culture, began to move westward, bringing domesticated horses and new technologies. The balance that had sustained the Cucuteni Trypillia settlements began to falter. Archaeological evidence suggests that some of the final burnings were different, more chaotic, more destructive, perhaps less voluntary. Houses were torched with goods still inside, figurines shattered, and tools abandoned. Whether the fires marked ritual closure or violent displacement is uncertain. By 3000 before the Common Era, the great proto-cities of Eastern Europe had fallen silent, their people dispersed or absorbed into new cultural horizons. The spirals that once adorned their pottery faded from memory, surviving only in fragments buried beneath farmland. The rediscovery of this lost civilization began in the late 19th century. In 1884, Romanian archaeologist Teodor Burada uncovered painted ceramics near the village of Cucuteni. Around the same time, similar finds appeared in Ukraine, near the town of Trypillia. For decades, scholars debated whether these represented separate cultures or a single shared tradition. It was eventually recognized as one vast cultural horizon, the Cucuteni Trypillia culture, stretching over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and lasting for more than 2,000 years. The scope of its achievements reshaped how archaeologists viewed European prehistory. Before these discoveries, it was assumed that large, organized settlements and sophisticated art emerged only in the Near East. Yet the Neolithic farmers of the Danube basin had achieved both, independently. Their architecture, pottery, and social organization rivaled the early cities of Sumer. The notion of Europe's primitive Neolithic vanished. In its place stood a vision of innovation, creativity, and complexity thriving far from the ancient rivers of the Middle East. The aesthetic language of the Cucuteni Trypillia people remains distinctive. The spiral motif dominates, flowing from pottery to figurines to the very layout of their settlements. Some researchers interpret this as a visual representation of their worldview, a belief in cycles of birth, death, and renewal mirrored in the turning of seasons and the rotation of stars. The act of burning their towns may have been the final gesture in this cosmic rhythm, returning what was built to the elemental forces that sustained it. Their spiritual life, though elusive, feels tangible through what they left behind. Altars shaped like small platforms appear in many houses, often accompanied by vessels filled with ashes or animal bones. These may have served for household offerings. In some cases, figurines were arranged in groups, adults, children, animals, forming miniature scenes that suggest ritual storytelling. The recurrence of female forms, paired with lunar and agricultural symbols, hints at a fertility cult centered on the cycles of the earth. Yet these interpretations remain cautious. Without written records, meaning must be drawn from pattern and context rather than certainty. The technology of their pottery also reveals sophistication. Some vessels were fired at temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Celsius, requiring precise control of kilns. Decorative pigments were applied using brushes or cords, and many jars were polished to a glossy finish before firing. The uniformity of design across vast distances indicates networks of shared knowledge, perhaps traveling potters or apprenticeships that maintained stylistic coherence. In their quiet way, these artisans established an early form of cultural unity across a continent. Even the act of building reflected communal effort. Excavations show that houses were constructed in groups, with walls and floors coated in thick layers of clay that hardened to form insulating shells. Roofs were thatched, sometimes supported by wooden beams carved with simple designs. Each dwelling measured roughly the same size, suggesting an egalitarian social structure. Within this uniformity, however, individuality thrived. Every house carried its own decorations, its own hearth, its own set of figurines watching from the corners. To imagine daily life in one of these proto-cities is to picture a rhythm of work and ceremony intertwined. Dawn might bring the sound of grinding stones, of cattle lowing in distant pens. Children gathered water from wells lined with clay, while elders tended fires that smoked gently from roof openings. Markets filled the open courtyards. Traders exchanging grain, salt, and pottery polished to perfection. At dusk, the glow of hearths illuminated the painted walls, spirals dancing in flickering light as songs and stories carried through the night air. Then, perhaps after generations of such evenings, a decision was made. It was time to burn it all, to let fire return the city to its origins. The remains of those decisions lie preserved beneath layers of earth. When modern archaeologists excavate a Cucuteni Trypillia site, they often find the outline of a house as a hardened platform of baked clay, the result of intense heat. Within that layer rest pottery fragments, bone tools, and sometimes the traces of woven mats or wooden furniture, carbonized but intact. Each burned settlement is a time capsule, its final moments frozen in ash. Through these layers, researchers can reconstruct everything from architectural techniques to dietary habits. In the past decade, new technologies such as drone mapping and magnetometry have revealed just how vast some of these settlements were. Sites like Talianki, near the modern town of Uman, cover more than 400 hectares, larger than many Bronze Age cities. The sheer scale challenges assumptions about the development of urbanism. These were not temporary camps, but organized communities with long-term planning. Yet their builders left no walls of stone, no grand temples, only clay, wood, and pattern, returning to the soil as easily as it had risen from it. To some, this ephemerality is what makes the Cucuteni Trypillia story so haunting. A civilization capable of creating beauty, complexity, and order chose to let its creations perish in flame. The fires may have been acts of faith rather than despair, gestures of renewal rather than loss. In their repetition lies an understanding of impermanence that modern societies often resist, the acceptance that creation and destruction are bound together. Today, the fields where these settlements once stood are quiet, covered by crops and grasslands. Farmers occasionally uncover fragments of pottery while ploughing, their spirals still visible after 7,000 years. Museums in Kiev, Iași, and Chisinau display the reconstructed vessels, their patterns as hypnotic as when they were first painted. Standing before them, one feels both distance and familiarity. The instinct to decorate, to ritualize, to build and rebuild remains unchanged. The story of the Cucuteni Trypillia culture invites reflection on what civilization means. They had no writing, no kings, no armies, yet they created urban communities, art of profound sophistication, and systems of agriculture that sustained them for millennia. Their legacy lies not in monuments of stone, but in an idea that a society can thrive through cooperation, beauty, and ritual renewal rather than conquest. As dusk falls across the plains of Eastern Europe, the wind moves through tall grass where once spiral-shaped cities stood. Beneath the soil, layers of clay still hold the heat of ancient fires. The patterns painted on broken vessels remain vivid, untouched by centuries. They speak not of disappearance but of continuity, a rhythm that begins, burns, and begins again. In that endless turning, the spirit of the Cucuteni Trypillia people lingers, quietly marking the passage of time like the spiral lines they left behind. Across the central Sahara, where the desert seems endless and the horizon blurs into mirage, lie faint traces of ancient geometry. From the air, they appear as lines and dots, grids etched into ochre sand, curving around low hills and vanishing into the distance. On the ground, they reveal something even stranger: collapsed tunnels, circular shafts, and walls of crumbling mud brick. These are the remains of the Garamantes, a people who transformed one of the harshest landscapes on Earth into a network of thriving oases more than 2,000 years ago. When archaeologists first surveyed the Fezzan region of southwestern Libya, they expected little more than nomadic camps or burial mounds. Instead, they found the ruins of cities, planned streets, fortified compounds, cemeteries, and vast fields that had once been irrigated. The discovery challenged every assumption about life in the desert. How could a civilization rise where rainfall barely touched the ground? The answer lay underground, in a system of tunnels the Garamantes called fogaras, a technology that captured fossil water from beneath the sands and carried it for miles to their settlements. Each fogara began with a mother well dug deep into the gravel plain, reaching the ancient aquifers left by wetter climates of the distant past. From this well extended a gently sloping tunnel, sometimes 10 kilometers long, lined with a series of vertical shafts for ventilation and maintenance. Water flowed by gravity alone, emerging at the surface near fields and orchards. The system required no pumps, only constant care. It was an invisible river, threading through the desert, sustaining towns that would have seemed impossible otherwise. At its height, around the first millennium before the Common Era, the Garamantian heartland supported dozens of urban centers. The largest, Garama, today's Jerma, was a true city of the desert. Excavations reveal streets paved with stone, houses of mud brick 2 stories tall, and public courtyards shaded by palms. Storage rooms lined with jars once held grain, oil, and dates, while workshops produced metal tools and delicate jewelry. The people of Garama traded across the Sahara, sending caravans north to the Mediterranean and south toward the Sahel. From their position in the desert's center, they became intermediaries between worlds. Roman records mention them with a mixture of fear and fascination. To the Romans stationed in North Africa, the Garamantes were both adversaries and trading partners, a mysterious people who rode swift chariots drawn by horses across the dunes. Inscriptions from the reign of Emperor Augustus describe punitive expeditions launched against them, yet the desert's vastness always shielded their cities. By the 2nd century, the Garamantes had become indispensable to the Roman economy, controlling trade routes that brought gold, ivory, salt, and enslaved captives to the coast. Their settlements thrived, their fields greened the sand, and their engineers continued to expand the lifelines beneath their feet. The ingenuity of their irrigation remains their most remarkable legacy. Archaeologists have mapped over 700 fogaras across the Fezzan, some extending more than 20 kilometers. Thousands of circular access shafts still dot the desert like a string of pearls, marking the path of buried channels. Building one required enormous labor. Teams of diggers worked in darkness, chiseling through gravel and rock, hauling debris upward with ropes and baskets. The alignment had to be perfect. A single miscalculation could halt the flow of water entirely. Maintenance was constant, for any collapse could doom an oasis. Yet the Garamantes sustained these systems for centuries, proof of disciplined organization and deep environmental knowledge. Within their oases, life flourished. Palm groves provided shade, under which farmers cultivated wheat, barley, and vegetables. Herds of goats and cattle grazed on irrigated pastures. Pottery from Garamantian sites shows elegant forms painted with geometric patterns, while imported amphorae testify to contact with Roman markets. Copper tools, iron knives, and glass beads unearthed in tombs reflect a culture that blended local craftsmanship with foreign trade. Burials reveal a complex social structure. Cemeteries were often arranged in clusters, with elaborate stone tumuli for the elite and simpler graves for commoners. In one necropolis, archaeologists found over 1,000 tombs spanning several centuries. Grave goods included ornaments, weapons, and ceramics, suggesting belief in an afterlife where possessions retained their purpose. Some burials contained small figurines or shells from distant coasts, tokens perhaps meant to guide the dead across invisible deserts of the spirit. Despite the arid environment, the Garamantes were not isolated. Rock art predating and overlapping their era depicts cattle, chariots, and processions of people, linking their culture to the broader story of the Sahara's transformation. Before it became desert, this region had been a savanna of lakes and rivers. As the climate shifted, the Garamantes adapted, using ancient water trapped beneath the sands to sustain a new way of life. They were the inheritors of the Green Sahara's memory, turning geological relics into lifelines. Their contact with the Roman world grew steadily through trade. From the coastal cities of Tripolitania, Leptis Magna, Sabratha, and Oea, caravans moved inland loaded with wine, oil, and fine goods. Returning convoys carried gold dust, ivory, and people captured from sub-Saharan Africa. The Garamantes controlled the routes through which this exchange flowed, operating way stations and guarding wells. Roman coins found in Garama confirm the depth of economic interaction. Yet despite these ties, they maintained political independence. Roman soldiers could raid their fringes, but no legion ever conquered their core. Daily life in the Garamantian cities must have moved to the rhythm of water. Each morning, workers descended into the shafts of the fogaras to clear silt and repair stone linings. Farmers diverted flow into channels feeding their fields, measuring out portions with small gates. The sound of water running beneath the surface would have been both comfort and warning, a reminder that survival depended on constant vigilance. Women gathered dates, ground grain, and spun thread, while traders prepared camels for journeys across the dunes. At dusk, when heat faded, families gathered outside their homes to share food, stories, and perhaps songs carried down from ancestors who remembered greener times. Archaeologists working in the Fezzan have identified at least 4 major phases of Garamantian development. The earliest, around 900 before the Common Era, began with small villages clustered around natural springs. By 500 before the Common Era, the first fogaras appeared, signaling the transition from pastoral to urban life. The classical phase, between the 1st century before and the 4th century of the Common Era, marks the empire's zenith, an organized state with a capital, satellite towns, and administrative centers. After the 4th century, decline set in as resources dwindled and trade routes shifted. Garama, during its peak, may have housed several thousand residents. Archaeological excavations led by British teams uncovered paved streets, workshops, and storage facilities. Pottery kilns and smelting furnaces show that industry played a vital role. The presence of imported goods, Roman glass, Mediterranean olive oil jars, even fine textiles, demonstrates a cosmopolitan culture thriving deep within the desert. Their written language, though only partially deciphered, used the Tifinagh script, an ancestor of the writing still used by Tuareg communities today. The Garamantes were not merely desert dwellers, they were architects of adaptation. Their mastery of subterranean hydrology has parallels in Persia's Qanats and Arabia's Falaj systems, but developed independently. This convergence of technology across distant lands shows how necessity drives invention. In their case, the desert itself became both adversary and ally, a teacher whose harsh lessons shaped resilience. Climate change and human use of groundwater eventually exacted their price. The Fogaras drew from ancient aquifers that were not replenished by rain. Over generations, the water table dropped. Wells deepened, maintenance grew harder, and the yield of crops declined. At the same time, trade with the Roman world weakened as the empire faced crises in the 3rd century. When Rome's influence retreated from North Africa, the caravan networks faltered. Isolated and overextended, the Garamantian cities began to fade. By the time Arab travelers crossed the Sahara more than 1,000 years later, they found only ruins and scattered oases. The once busy tunnels collapsed, leaving lines of mounds stretching toward the horizon. Local legends spoke of a vanished kingdom whose people had angered the spirits of the desert by drawing too much from its depths. For centuries, the Garamantes survived only as a name in Roman texts and a few mysterious stone structures half buried by sand. Their rediscovery in the 20th century revealed how wrong those ancient dismissals had been. In the 1960s, aerial photography and satellite imagery exposed the vast extent of their irrigation systems. What appeared from the ground as isolated wells resolved into entire networks, hundreds of kilometers of tunnels linking fields and towns. Archaeologists traced the paths of dried canals, mapped fortress ruins, and excavated workshops filled with pottery fragments and metal slag. The Garamantes had not been wandering nomads as once thought, but city builders whose achievements rivaled those of better-known ancient civilizations. Each excavation deepened the picture of sophistication. In one Garamantian house, a mosaic floor of colored stones was discovered, its pattern simple yet elegant. In another, a hoard of bronze ornaments hinted at personal wealth. Even the refuse dumps revealed complexity, animal bones showing varied diets, imported goods indicating long-distance trade, and inscriptions on pottery fragments marking ownership or origin. The image that emerged was of a society balancing permanence and fragility, thriving where survival alone seemed improbable. The desert's slow reclamation of their world is almost poetic. The same sands that once threatened to bury their fields now protect their memory, preserving walls and tunnels under layers of dust. In recent years, ground-penetrating radar has identified still-buried settlements, whole neighborhoods waiting beneath dunes. Some fogaras remain intact, their tunnels cool and dry, air moving softly through shafts cut 2,000 years ago. For archaeologists crawling through those narrow corridors, it feels like entering the arteries of a living organism, long asleep but not dead. To understand the Garamantes is to reconsider what civilization means. They left no monumental temples, no marble statues, no written chronicles of conquest. Their greatness lay in adaptation, an intelligence shaped by scarcity. They proved that urban life could thrive even where nature offered no rivers, no forests, no fertile plains. Their engineers looked downward instead of outward, finding rivers beneath their feet. Their farmers learned to harvest heat as well as water, using shaded gardens to trap moisture and windbreaks to protect crops. Their traders mapped invisible roads across the dunes, guided by stars and the memory of wells. Their decline was gradual, not sudden. As water receded, towns shrank into villages. Some fogaras were abandoned, others repaired for smaller communities. The last Garamantian settlements lingered into the late first millennium of the Common Era, gradually merging with new Berber-speaking peoples who inherited parts of their technology. The memory of their tunnels passed into legend, carried by those who remained among the oases of the Fezzan. Today, the landscape of their empire is quiet. The ruins of Garama rise as low mounds of sun-baked clay, their edges softened by centuries of wind. Palm groves mark the spots where ancient wells still seep faint trickles of water. When the sun sets, long shadows stretch across the desert floor, tracing the lines of collapsed fogaras like veins beneath the skin of the earth. From the surrounding cliffs, one can see the faint outlines of ancient fields. rectangles of darker soil, fossilized patterns of human care. In the stillness of those ruins, it becomes clear that the Garamantes were not defeated by the desert. They were part of its story. Their civilization rose not in defiance of nature, but in dialogue with it, adjusting, retreating, and persisting as conditions changed. They proved that ingenuity can flourish even in isolation, that progress can be measured not by monumentality, but by understanding. The archaeologists who now study them often speak of the sense of peace that pervades the Fezzan sites. Excavation days begin at dawn, when the air is cool and the sand glows pale gold. As teams clear debris from ancient walls or lower cameras into old shafts, they sometimes uncover artifacts left untouched since antiquity. A clay jar still upright, a spindle whorl resting beside it, a doorway framed by handprints hardened in mud. Each discovery feels intimate, a quiet reminder that these desert dwellers once shaped their world with purpose and grace. At night, when campfires flicker against the dunes, researchers look toward the stars that once guided Garamantian travelers. The same constellations wheel above, the same Milky Way stretching across a sky unpolluted by light. It is easy to imagine caravans moving by starlight, their bells faint in the distance, the desert alive with the rhythm of trade. The Garamantes may have vanished, but the routes they opened became the skeleton of trans-Saharan exchange that persisted for millennia. What survives of them today is not only physical, but conceptual. Their Fogaras inspired later irrigation in North Africa and Arabia. Their script evolved into forms still written by Tuareg herders across the desert. Their story reminds us that even the most inhospitable landscapes hold potential for creativity. Where most would see emptiness, they found possibility. As dawn breaks over the Fezzan, the ruins of Garama cast long shadows across the sand. The first rays of sunlight strike the openings of ancient shafts, illuminating the same paths that once carried cool water from the depths. Wind moves gently through the hollows, carrying a faint, hollow tone, as if the desert itself remembers. In those moments, the achievements of the Garamantes feel less like relics of a lost world and more like proof of an enduring truth, that human brilliance is not confined by place, but defined by persistence. A 1,000 years before the pyramids of Egypt reached their golden age, another civilization was already thriving further south along the Nile. Its capital was not built of limestone or granite, but of sun-baked brick, and its rulers rested in tombs so vast that later visitors mistook them for natural hills. This was Kerma, the heart of one of Africa's earliest kingdoms, a power that rose from the Nubian plain, flourished for more than a millennium, and left behind monuments as enduring as stone itself. The city of Kerma lay just above the third cataract of the Nile, where the river twists through a corridor of cliffs and islands. From this position, it commanded trade routes between the Mediterranean and the African interior. The land around it was both harsh and generous. The desert pressed close on both sides, yet the annual flood spread rich silt across the valley, allowing fields of barley, millet, and wheat to thrive. Herds of cattle grazed on the edges of the floodplain, and caravans carried ivory, incense, gold, and ebony toward the north. Archaeologists first began to uncover Kerma's remains in the early 20th century. What they found astonished them. A city of monumental scale that predated Egypt's Middle Kingdom. At its center stood a massive structure the locals called the Defufa, a tower-like temple built entirely of mud brick 40 meters long and more than 20 meters high. Its walls, rising in terraces, were once coated in plaster and painted in vivid red and white. Inside, stairways wound upward through chambers where altars, offering tables and ceramics suggested continuous ritual activity. The building's sheer size implied both organized labor and religious devotion on a scale previously unseen south of Egypt. Around the Great Defufa stretched residential districts of courtyards, workshops, and houses arranged in a grid. Streets linked the neighborhoods, leading toward a royal precinct and the vast cemetery that defined the city's edge. Excavations revealed that Kerma had been a true urban center with specialized crafts, storage facilities, and defensive walls. Its artisans worked copper, gold, and faience. Its potters produced vessels of remarkable beauty, thin, burnished surfaces shaded from deep black at the rim to glowing red at the base, a design so perfect that even the Egyptians later tried to copy it. The people who created this world belonged to a culture that emerged around 3000 before the Common Era and flourished until roughly 1500 before the Common Era. In those centuries, Egypt was still forming its first dynasties, yet Kerma already displayed the hallmarks of a kingdom: monumental architecture, administrative complexity, and social hierarchy. Its rulers controlled trade across vast territories, from the Red Sea coast to the oases of the Western Desert. They commanded herds numbering in the thousands and armies strong enough to challenge their northern neighbors. For Egypt, Nubia was both threat and necessity. The gold mines of the Eastern Desert, the ivory and animal hides of the savannah, and the exotic goods of Central Africa all passed through Kerma's lands. Egyptian texts refer to the region as Kush and speak alternately of war and diplomacy. At times, the pharaohs sought to dominate it through forts and tribute. At others, they traded peacefully, exchanging grain and manufactured goods for precious metals and livestock. But for long stretches, the balance tilted toward Kerma. Archaeological evidence from Egyptian outposts shows periods of destruction that align with Kerma's expansion, suggesting that its armies once pushed deep into Lower Nubia, even threatening Egyptian strongholds near Aswan. Within the royal cemetery of Kerma, archaeologists found the clearest expression of the kingdom's power. Spanning more than 2 kilometers, it contained thousands of graves arranged around immense burial mounds, some over 90 meters in diameter. Each of these royal tombs was built from layers of mud brick covered by gravel and white quartzite, forming domes visible for miles. At the center lay a burial chamber lined with timber and filled with offerings, pottery, jewelry, weapons, and human remains. Dozens, sometimes hundreds of retainers were interred beside their rulers, men, women, and even cattle, accompanying them into the afterlife. The scale of these sacrifices shocked early excavators, but to the people of Kerma, they represented devotion and continuity, ensuring that the king's household remained intact beyond death. Among the most extraordinary discoveries was a cache of Egyptian imports found within Kerma's tombs: scarabs, gold ornaments, and fragments of faience vessels inscribed with royal cartouches. These objects reveal both contact and competition. They might have been traded, gifted, or seized in battle. Either way, they demonstrate that Kerma was not a provincial frontier, but an equal participant in the politics of the Nile. The exchange between North and South shaped both civilizations, blending their art and religion into forms that foreshadowed later Nubian and Egyptian synthesis. The inhabitants of Kerma left few written records, but their material culture speaks eloquently. Their pottery, finely polished and symmetrical, suggests an aesthetic of precision. Their sculptures depict figures with graceful proportions, broad shoulders, strong limbs, and serene faces. Jewelry made of gold, carnelian, and ostrich shell reveals both wealth and craftsmanship. Even their cattle burials, arranged in rows with horns pointing toward the sunrise, carry symbolic weight, perhaps honoring the animal as a link between earthly sustenance and divine vitality. The city's organization hints at governance, both centralized and cooperative. Storage granaries and large compounds imply a system of redistribution, while smaller houses and workshops indicate economic independence among artisans. The Great Defufa, dominating the skyline, must have served as both temple and administrative hub, binding the community through ceremony and authority. Ritual life likely revolved around the Nile's cycles, its flooding, retreat, and renewal, mirrored in the rhythms of planting and harvest. Kerma's prosperity lasted for centuries, yet its fortunes were tied to those of Egypt. During Egypt's Middle Kingdom, the pharaohs built a chain of forts along the river to secure trade and monitor the southern frontier. But as Egypt weakened during the Second Intermediate Period, Kerma expanded northward, filling the power vacuum. Some historians believe the kings of Kerma even formed alliances with the Hyksos, the foreign rulers who held Egypt's delta, creating a two-front challenge that nearly ended the Egyptian state. It was only under Pharaoh Ahmose, founder of the 18th dynasty, that Egypt reconsolidated and turned south to reclaim Nubia. The campaigns that followed were brutal. Egyptian records boast of burning towns, capturing cattle, and taking prisoners as numerous as the sand. Excavations show layers of destruction at sites along the river, evidence of systematic conquest. By 1550, before the Common Era, Kerma had fallen. Its city was absorbed into the expanding Egyptian empire, its rulers replaced by viceroys who governed the region in the name of Thebes. The Great Defufa was transformed into an Egyptian-style temple, and its art began to reflect northern motifs. Yet Kerma did not vanish entirely. The people adapted, preserving traditions that would later resurface in the Kingdom of Kush, a successor state that centuries afterward would conquer Egypt in return. Modern excavations, led by Swiss archaeologist Charles Bonnet beginning in the 1970s, have revealed just how advanced Kerma truly was. Beneath layers of sand, his team uncovered neighborhoods with evidence of metalworking, bakeries, and administrative offices. Radiocarbon dating placed the city's earliest occupation far earlier than once believed, showing continuous growth across millennia. Bonnet's discoveries overturned the idea that Nubia's greatness depended on Egyptian influence. Instead, it became clear that civilization had deep indigenous roots along the southern Nile, with Kerma as its first enduring capital. Among the artifacts recovered was a statue of a ruler carved from black granite, its craftsmanship rivaling Egypt's best. The figure's expression is calm, its posture commanding. Such artistry, achieved without imported materials, reveals both skill and confidence. Other finds included musical instruments, gaming pieces, and fragments of textile, small glimpses of everyday life that survived against all odds. Through them, Kerma emerges not as a shadow of Egypt, but as an equal civilization shaped by its own environment and imagination. The city's architecture continues to fascinate engineers and historians alike. The mud brick construction of the Great Defufa shows exceptional durability. Its walls, over 3 meters thick, still stand after 4,000 years, surviving flood, wind, and heat. The use of buttresses and internal chambers distributed weight evenly, preventing collapse. This mastery of earthen building influenced Nubian architecture for centuries, eventually inspiring the pyramid-like tombs of later Kushite kings at sites such as Nabta and Meroe. The lineage of form and faith runs unbroken from Kerma's domes to those distant peaks of stone. Life for ordinary people in Kerma was likely rhythmic and communal. Farmers worked the floodplain with wooden plows drawn by oxen. Fishermen cast nets from reed boats, and potters shaped clay beside communal kilns. Women ground grain on sandstone slabs, tended gardens, and wove linen. Markets must have buzzed with barter: grain for copper tools, cattle for pottery, beads for salt. Religion infused every task. Offerings left by hearths, small figurines placed at doorways, prayers spoken to the river for another season's fertility. What remains remarkable is how seamlessly Kerma integrated human life with its environment. The kingdom flourished in a transitional zone between desert and river, balancing mobility and permanence. Nomadic herders mingled with settled farmers. Trade routes linked highland mines to river ports. This fluidity made Kerma resilient. Even as the Nile shifted its channels and political tides rose and fell, the city adapted. Its longevity, more than 1,000 years, attests to social systems capable of renewal without losing identity. The royal cemetery, though now silent, still conveys the presence of authority. Walking among its mounds, one senses deliberate design, each tomb oriented toward the east, each encircled by subsidiary graves. Archaeologists have reconstructed the sequence of burials through pottery styles and radiocarbon dates, tracing a lineage of kings who ruled from the early 3rd millennium until the Egyptian conquest. Some of their names survive only in hieroglyphic mentions, others remain anonymous. Yet their legacy endures in the architecture they inspired and the memory they preserved in the soil of Nubia. In recent decades, satellite imagery has revealed that Kerma's influence extended far beyond its capital. Settlements, fortresses, and cemeteries dot the landscape for hundreds of kilometers along the Nile. These outposts likely managed trade, controlled resources, and projected the kingdom's authority. The pattern suggests a federated system, a chain of allied communities bound by shared culture and faith rather than direct rule. Such structure may explain Kerma's longevity, allowing local autonomy while maintaining cohesion through ceremony and exchange. The rediscovery of Kerma has reshaped our understanding of Africa's deep past. It demonstrates that complex societies arose independently across the continent, guided by their own logic and creativity. Its story challenges the old narrative that civilization flowed only from north to south, from Egypt to Nubia. Instead, influence traveled both ways, enriching both cultures. Even Egypt's later fascination with Nubian gold, cattle, and soldiers reflects recognition of that strength. At sunset, the great Defufa still casts long shadows across the plain. The heat of the day fades, and the colors of its bricks shift from ochre to deep brown. Beyond its base, fragments of pottery lie scattered, remnants of vessels once filled with offerings or daily food. The wind carries the faint scent of acacia from the riverbanks, mingling with dust that has waited millennia to be disturbed. In the quiet, it is possible to imagine the city alive again, drums sounding from the temple, herders driving cattle across the fields, the glint of gold ornaments catching the last light of the sun. The kings of Kerma ruled without leaving written boasts, yet their silence has proven more enduring than any inscription. Through architecture, art, and the vast tombs that rise from the desert, they still speak of ambition, order, and faith in the eternal cycles of the Nile. Their legacy bridges the worlds of Africa and Egypt, revealing a civilization both independent and intertwined, a kingdom that measured its greatness not in conquest, but in harmony with the river that sustained it. Paint clings to the mud brick walls of a ruined house near Panjikent, its colors faded but still alive. A feast spreads across the plaster, nobles reclining on cushions, musicians plucking strings, dancers mid-turn, servants carrying jugs of wine. The faces are expressive, some serious, some amused, and behind them, painted curtains ripple in permanent motion. Across the room, another wall shows a caravan winding through desert hills, camels loaded with silk bundles and metal chests. These murals capture a civilization that understood movement as the rhythm of life. The Sogdians, traders, diplomats, and storytellers of Central Asia built their world on connection, binding China, Persia, and India into a single line of exchange that later generations would call the Silk Road. Their homeland lay between the Oxus and the Tartaria, in the fertile valleys of what is now Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. Rivers cut through mountains of copper and gold, feeding orchards of apricot and pomegranate. The land was not vast, but its position was destiny. To the east stretched the Taklamakan Desert and the passes of the Pamirs, leading to China. To the west lay Persia, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean beyond. Northward rolled the steppe, home to nomads and horses. Southward shimmered the Iranian plateau. All roads, it seemed, passed through Sogdiana. Cities rose along the riverbanks: Samarkand, Bukhara, Panjikent, each surrounded by fields irrigated through a web of canals. Their walls were not built to repel armies so much as to contain the wealth that trade brought home. Markets thrived with textiles from China, lapis from Afghanistan, and silver from Byzantium. Travelers heard a dozen languages in a single street. In Sogdian homes, merchants tracked profits with tallies carved on wooden tablets and sent letters across deserts on horseback. These records, recovered from dry caves and fort ruins, reveal not kings or battles, but people who saw commerce as art. A merchant's letter found near Dunhuang tells of delayed caravans, political unrest, and the price of silk in Samarkand. Written in the Sogdian alphabet, derived from Aramaic but shaped for speed, it uses idioms that sound almost modern. Tell my brother to sell quickly, for the market softens. Another line carries quiet humor. The camels complain, but not as much as the men. Through fragments like these, the Sogdians emerge as practical, self-aware, and deeply human. Their civilization began taking shape around the 6th century before the Common Era, under Persian influence. The Achaemenid Empire classified Sogdiana as a satrapy, but control was loose. Persian governors collected tribute and left the cities to manage their own affairs. This autonomy suited the Sogdians. They preferred negotiation to warfare, profit to conquest. After Alexander's campaigns reached Maracanda, modern Samarkand, in 329 before the Common Era, Greek settlers mingled with local elites, adding another layer to their cosmopolitan fabric. Centuries later, under the Kushan Empire, Sogdian merchants carried Buddhism northward into China. They translated sutras, built temples along caravan routes, and introduced artistic styles that blended Indian spirituality with Iranian symbolism. Sculptures from Central Asian caves show bodhisattvas wearing Central Asian boots and jewelry, their features neither entirely Indian nor Chinese. This cultural mixture was the Sogdian gift to history, synthesis made tangible. Their peak arrived between the 5th and 8th centuries of the Common Era, a time when no single empire ruled Central Asia. China's Tang dynasty dominated the east. Persia's Sasanian kings ruled the west, and between them lay a mosaic of nomadic confederations. In this political vacuum, the Sogdians became indispensable. They organized caravans, negotiated treaties, and acted as interpreters for courts and envoys. Their neutrality made them trusted everywhere. Their reliability made them wealthy. Chinese documents even refer to them as Hu merchants, specialists who handled nearly all Silk Road trade. Panjakent was one of their crown jewels, a small city but filled with color and energy. Excavations reveal multi-story homes with painted walls depicting both myth and daily life. A merchant's reception room might show scenes from the Persian epic of Rustum beside a depiction of a local harvest. The technique combined outline drawing with mineral pigments applied over plaster, creating depth through contrast rather than perspective. When sunlight entered through narrow windows, the figures seemed to move, the way a passing traveler might catch glimpses of stories unfolding between journeys. These murals tell more than myth, they record worldview. The gods of Panjakent were travelers themselves. Some rode lions or dragons, others carried lotus flowers borrowed from Indian art. Local heroes fought demons shaped like Chinese masks. The painters borrowed freely, unconcerned with purity. To them, diversity was divine language. Archaeologists studying pigment layers found lapis lazuli ground from stones imported from Afghanistan and cinnabar, likely traded from distant China. Commerce embedded directly into art. Religion in Sogdiana was fluid. Zoroastrian fire temples stood near Buddhist stupas, and small shrines honored local spirits. Manichaeism, born in Persia, found adherents here, as did early Christianity. Yet these faiths did not compete as much as coexist. A traveler might visit a Buddhist monastery for rest, offer fire to Ahura Mazda at sunset, and trade goods at dawn beside Christians and Jews. The Sogdian instinct was to harmonize difference rather than eliminate it. Their economy mirrored this philosophy of coexistence. Caravans traveled with standardized accounting tablets and contracts guaranteeing mutual protection. Traders often shared investment across family lines so that no journey depended entirely on luck. Profits were distributed through intricate trust networks, allowing one merchant in Bukhara to finance expeditions reaching Xi'an or Baghdad. This system made the Sogdians both resilient and elusive, hard for rulers to tax, harder still to control. Material evidence of their far-flung world appears in unlikely places. Chinese tombs near Xi'an contain reliefs of Central Asian banquets where musicians play harps of Persian design. Silver plates found in Sogdian graves show motifs of Indian elephants and Byzantine vines. Coins minted in Sogdiana bear Greek letters alongside local symbols, a lion for strength, a crescent for fortune. Their aesthetic was not a blend of styles, but a conversation between them. By the 6th century, Sogdian colonies dotted the entire Silk Road. They founded trading stations in Turfan, Dunhuang, and even across the Gobi into northern China. Some became hereditary officials within the Tang administration, organizing foreign trade and diplomacy. One inscription calls a Sogdian named An-Jia Sabao, or caravan chief, a title implying both religious leadership and commercial authority. His tomb, discovered near Xi'an, displays stone reliefs of banquets, hunting scenes, and processions of envoys. The figures wear Central Asian dress but move within a Chinese artistic frame. a perfect metaphor for a man who belonged everywhere. Within their homeland, prosperity brought refinement. Streets of Samarkand and Bukhara filled with workshops crafting silk, glass, and silverware. Gardens surrounded villas, and aqueducts carried mountain water into city baths. Visitors described markets where Chinese paper, Persian textiles, and Indian spices exchanged hands under canopies of woven reed. Music echoed from courtyards. Sogdian instruments such as the lute and oboe became staples of Tang court orchestras. The rhythm of trade became a rhythm of life, measured not by years, but by the turning of caravans. Even poetry carried the tone of travel. Though few Sogdian literary works survive, fragments suggest verses written to accompany long journeys, filled with references to stars, camels, and distant loves. One scrap recovered from a Buddhist site reads, "The road is long, but the heart longer." That simple sentiment could have belonged to any merchant leaving home with the sunrise. Their success was not without risk. The steppe empires that bordered Sogdiana, the Hephthalites, the Turks, later the Arabs, saw wealth worth seizing. Fortresses ringed the valleys, their towers built of sun-dried brick, manned by small garrisons trained in mounted warfare. Yet diplomacy was the preferred defense. The Sogdians mastered the art of tribute and alliance, sending gifts and envoys in equal measure. They understood that influence often traveled faster than armies. The decline came from forces too large for negotiation. By the early 8th century, Arab expansion reached Central Asia, bringing Islam and new political order. The Battle of Talas in 751 sealed this transition. Tang Chinese forces retreated, and Muslim control spread across Transoxiana. The Sogdians, caught between powers, adapted once again. Many converted to Islam, others fled eastward, and a few integrated into the rising Turkic states. Over generations, their language gave way to Persian, their script to Arabic letters. Their identity dissolved not through conquest, but through absorption, the fate of traders who lived by movement. Yet their influence endured in unexpected ways. The Uyghur script that later shaped Mongolian and Manchu writing descended directly from Sogdian cursive. The visual vocabulary of Central Asian art, flowing lines, celestial motifs, banquet scenes, spread through Islamic architecture and Persian miniature painting. Even the concept of the cosmopolitan Silk Road owes much to their memory. Without Sogdian merchants, the trade that defined Eurasia might have remained a patchwork of local exchanges rather than a continuous artery of culture. Modern archaeology continues to uncover their world piece by piece. At Panjikent, conservators gently peel away layers of sand to reveal new fragments of mural. A horse rearing in mid-stride, a woman raising a golden cup, a scene of merchants meeting beneath cypress trees. The paint, though fragile, still holds warmth from the day it dried 13 centuries ago. Nearby, clay tablets record property sales and religious donations, mundane acts that humanize the grandeur of the murals. Each find bridges distance between the scholar and the merchant who once signed his name with careful strokes. The rediscovery of the Sogdians has reshaped how historians imagine Central Asia, not as a void between civilizations, but as a civilization in its own right. For too long, the region was seen only through the lens of conquerors, Persians, Greeks, Mongols. The Sogdians remind us that the spaces between empires were fertile ground for innovation. They were translators, not just of words but of worlds. Excavation teams often remark on the quiet order of their ruins. Streets run true, foundations align, and courtyards open to catch both light and breeze. Even in decay, the city seems intentional, as if designed for continuity. Archaeologists describe the experience of working there as strangely serene, the past not buried violently but settled gently, like dust accumulating after years of peace. Perhaps this harmony was their greatest invention, a civilization balanced on movement, never losing its center. To stand among those walls is to feel the pulse of connection itself. Every artifact carries the residue of a journey. Chinese silk threads woven into Sogdian robes, Persian glass beads found in Central Asian graves, Indian ivory carved with local designs. Each object holds the memory of distance overcome. The Sogdians built no empire, yet their reach spanned continents. They fought no great wars, yet their legacy shaped them all. Today, the Zaravshan Valley remains fertile, its orchards much like those their ancestors tended. Villagers plough the same soil where caravan roads once crossed, occasionally uncovering shards of pottery or coins glinting in the sunlight. In museums, reconstructed murals from Panji Kent stretch across long walls, their figures restored to colour. Visitors pause before them, caught between worlds, just as the painters intended. The expressions of the dancers, musicians, and traders seem aware of their audience, as if the Sogdians, even in their absence, continue the conversation they began 2,000 years ago. Their civilization teaches a quiet lesson. That exchange, not isolation, sustains endurance. The Sogdians thrived because they welcomed contradiction. Persian yet Chinese, Central Asian yet universal. Their strength was not in conquest, but curiosity. In every painted banquet, every carved caravan, every letter sent across deserts, they declared that humanity's richest stories unfold not at the centers of power, but along the routes that connect them. At dusk, the ruins of Panjikent glow faintly under the slanting light. The air smells of dust and wild thyme. A breeze moves through the collapsed doorways, carrying with it the sound of distant voices, a trick of the wind, perhaps, or an echo of markets long vanished. The same sun that once gilded their murals sinks behind the mountains, tracing gold across the horizon before fading into blue. In that quiet transition between day and night, the Sogdians seem present again. Merchants resting after a long road, recounting tales of far-off lands, their laughter mingling with the hum of history that never truly stops moving. Salt crusted the stones of an ancient well on Bahrain's northern shore. The air carried a faint sweetness from the sea, and from the depths of that well came water, fresh, cool, and utterly improbable in the middle of the Gulf. Around it lay the remains of walls, carved seals, and fragments of copper ingots. It was this paradox of salt and sweetness that drew archaeologists to the island. For generations, Mesopotamian texts had spoken of a paradise across the sea, a place called Dilmun, the land where the sun rises. Many dismissed it as myth. Yet here, among coral stone ruins and date palm roots, the myth had begun to take form in clay and stone. The earliest records of Dilmun come from Sumerian tablets more than 4,000 years old. They describe it not as a city or empire, but as an ideal, pure, prosperous, untouched by death or disease. One text recounts how the gods chose Dilmun as their dwelling place because its waters were clean and its air bright. To modern scholars, those phrases once sounded poetic, not geographic. But the pattern of trade hinted otherwise. Sumerian merchants needed copper, timber, and precious stones, all of which arrived by ship from a direction that matched the Gulf. The name Dilmun appeared in administrative lists alongside weights, tariffs, and invoices. Myth had merged with bookkeeping. Bahrain's position made it inevitable. At the heart of maritime routes linking Mesopotamia with the Indus Valley, it offered a natural harbour and abundant freshwater springs bubbling from aquifers beneath the seabed. Those springs allowed life to flourish where the desert met the sea. Villages grew around wells, surrounded by gardens of date palms and barley fields nourished by irrigation ditches. Archaeological surveys show that as early as the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, the island supported thousands of inhabitants, organized under a central authority that managed trade and storage. Excavations at Qalat al-Bahrain, the site identified as ancient Dilmun's capital, reveal a city of astonishing continuity. Layer upon layer of occupation stretches from the Bronze Age to the Islamic period, each stratum preserving traces of adaptation. The earliest levels contain massive defensive walls of limestone, broad streets, and rectangular houses arranged in deliberate order. Within these houses, clay seals were found, tiny but intricate, engraved with geometric patterns, bulls, and mythic scenes. Unlike the cylinder seals of Mesopotamia, these were stamp seals, pressed flat into clay to mark ownership. Their style was distinct yet familiar, a dialect of art spoken between cultures. Among the most striking discoveries were administrative tablets written in cuneiform. One record lists shipments of copper from Magan and Meluha through Dilmun, confirming its role as intermediary. Copper from Oman and stones from the Indus passed through its ports before continuing toward Ur and Lagash. The merchants of Dilmun became the middlemen of the ancient world, translating weights, standards, and languages as easily as they translated currencies. In a sense, Dilmun was an early experiment in globalization, a neutral ground where distant civilizations met through commerce rather than conquest. The architecture of the city mirrored its purpose. Storage facilities stood close to the waterfront, their floors coated in bitumen to protect goods from moisture. Residential quarters spread inland, linked by narrow lanes that provided shade. Public buildings featured courtyards and altars, suggesting ritual intertwined with trade. Excavators uncovered a temple complex on a raised mound, its columns of coral limestone, its platform overlooking the sea. The temple's orientation suggests reverence for the rising sun, aligning with the old Sumerian phrase that first described Dilmun as the place of dawn. Burial customs reveal another layer of identity. Scattered across Bahrain's landscape are thousands of circular tumuli, low mounds of stone and sand marking graves. From the air, they resemble beads on a vast necklace. Each contains a central chamber where the dead were laid with pottery, jewelry, and offerings. The wealth of these graves varies, indicating social hierarchy, yet the sheer number, over 100,000 in some estimates, speaks of a population both stable and prosperous. The arrangement of the mounds into clusters may have reflected clan or occupational ties, hinting at organized governance. For decades, scholars debated whether Dilmun was truly Bahrain or a shifting network of ports along the Gulf. Traces of its influence have been found in Failaka Island near Kuwait, in Dhahran on the Saudi coast, and on Tarut Island farther west. The most convincing evidence, however, lies in Bahrain's combination of geography and material culture. The distinctive seals, the abundance of tumuli, and the continuous settlement that bridges myth and archaeology. Even more persuasive is the source of its prosperity, the trade that linked two of the ancient world's greatest civilizations. Between Mesopotamia and the Indus stretched nearly 2,000 kilometers of water and desert. Ships from the east carried timber, ivory, carnelian, and spices. Those from the west brought textiles, wool, and grain. Dilmun's merchants supplied the copper that kept Mesopotamian workshops alive, refined in smelting sites whose slag heaps still dot the island. The discovery of furnaces and crucibles suggests a local industry rather than mere transit. In return, Mesopotamian goods, grain, oil, and crafted tools fed Dilmun's population and fueled its expansion. The written records from Ur and Lagash portray Dilmun as both partner and rival. One text laments delayed cargo. The ships of Dilmun have not yet arrived. Another boasts of successful deliveries, noting that the merchant of Dilmun brought copper free of blemish. These lines convey a realism that dispels the aura of legend. The traders were not gods but humans, subject to winds, debts, and negotiation. Yet through their persistence, they sustained a network that outlasted empires. Religious imagery from Dilmun reflects its role as a crossroads of belief. A series of seals depicts a figure standing before a tree, flanked by streams flowing from the ground, an image long associated with fertility and renewal. Some scholars link it to the Mesopotamian myth of Enki and Ninhursag, in which the god of water blesses Dilmun so that it becomes a paradise without sickness. The recurring motif of water, springs, wells, flowing channels, may have symbolized the life-giving balance between desert austerity and maritime abundance. The fresh springs themselves may have inspired the myth of paradise. Divers and fishermen in Bahrain still speak of sweet wells rising from the seabed where one can taste fresh water amidst the salt. In antiquity, such a phenomenon would have seemed miraculous, confirming the island as a liminal place between mortal and divine. The connection between geology and theology makes Dilmun one of the earliest examples of how environment shapes belief. Life in the city balanced routine with ritual. Archaeological layers contain grinding stones, fish hooks, weaving tools, and fragments of imported pottery. These ordinary items reveal a population grounded in craft and domestic comfort. Houses were plastered in gypsum to reflect light. Roofs of palm beams and reeds kept interiors cool. Inscriptions suggest a hierarchy led by merchants and temple officials, supported by artisans and laborers. The governance appears cooperative rather than authoritarian, focused on maintaining the flow of trade. By the early second millennium before the Common Era, Dilmun reached its zenith. Bronze tools, shell jewelry, and imported ceramics testify to its wealth. Ships of bitumen-coated reeds and wooden planks crisscrossed the Gulf, navigating by stars and coastal landmarks. From Oman's copper mines to the delta of the Indus, all roads led to its harbors. Yet this prosperity depended on equilibrium between land and sea, east and west. When that balance shifted, Dilmun's fortunes changed. The decline began quietly. Around 1700 before the Common Era, Mesopotamian cities suffered political turmoil. Trade routes faltered, and with them, Dilmun's lifeline. Climate fluctuations may have reduced the island's freshwater supply, forcing migration toward the coast. Archaeological evidence shows a contraction of settlement and fewer imported goods. The temple was rebuilt on a smaller scale, its offerings simpler. By the end of the Bronze Age, the grandeur of early Dilmun had faded into memory, yet the name did not disappear. Later, Assyrian and Babylonian inscriptions still mention Dilmun as a distant land, suggesting continuity in some form. Greek geographers centuries afterward spoke of Tylos, an island famous for pearls, a clear descendant of the same tradition. The transition from copper trade to pearl diving marked not extinction but transformation. Bahrain remained a maritime hub, adjusting to each new era's demands. Modern rediscovery began in the 1950s, led by Danish archaeologists under Geoffrey Bibby. His team's excavations at Khalat al-Bahrain uncovered stratified ruins that perfectly matched descriptions from Sumerian records. Each layer peeled back centuries of accumulated history. The excitement was quiet but profound. After millennia of speculation, the legendary Dilmun was real. Bibby described walking through streets where foundations from different epochs met, as if time itself had settled here to rest. Subsequent digs revealed temples, residential quarters, and workshops, confirming a sophisticated urban layout. Finds included finely crafted copper tools, alabaster jars, and imported pottery from Mesopotamia and the Indus. Seal impressions on storage jars bore symbols linking all three regions, proving the integration of markets once separated by oceans and deserts. Radiocarbon dating anchored the city firmly within the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, precisely the period described in ancient texts. Today, Khalat al-Bahrain stands as a World Heritage Site, its walls overlooking a skyline of modern buildings and oil refineries. The contrast is striking, the world's oldest trade hub facing one of its newest, yet the principle remains unchanged. The Gulf still thrives on exchange, its ports alive with cargo and conversation, echoing the same patterns that sustained Dilmun 4,000 years ago. The story of Dilmun invites reflection on how civilizations rise not from isolation, but from connection. Its people did not conquer territories or build empires, they built relationships. By mastering logistics and diplomacy, they turned geography into opportunity. Their mythic reputation as a land of immortality may stem not from divine favor, but from this human resilience, the ability to adapt, rebuild, and remain relevant long after others vanished. Archaeologists studying its seals note recurring symbols, intertwined serpents, water channels, palm trees. Each represents renewal, continuity, or exchange. The artisans who carved them likely understood their work as both economic and spiritual. A seal pressed into wet clay authenticated a shipment, but it also invoked protection for the journey. In this fusion of practicality and faith lies Dilmun's enduring charm. Standing amid its ruins today, one hears the faint buzz of wind across stone. The wells still hold water, though drawn now by pumps instead of rope. Palm groves fringe the coast, their trunks rising from soil enriched by generations. To visitors, the landscape feels quiet yet aware, as if the island remembers every transaction, every voyage, every prayer whispered over the horizon. From myth to map, Dilmun's journey mirrors humanity's own search for meaning in place. It began as paradise imagined, became city built, declined, and was rediscovered, not through conquest but through curiosity. Its temples and seals speak a universal truth, that trade is more than commerce, it is dialogue, the exchange of hopes as much as goods. In tracing its story, archaeologists did more than confirm a legend. They reminded the world that even myths can leave footprints. The sun sets over Bahrain's western shore, painting the sea in bands of copper and gold. Fishing boats drift toward harbor, their silhouettes merging with the same horizon that ancient sailors once crossed. Beneath the waves, freshwater springs still rise unseen, mixing sweetness with salt. That meeting of opposites, desert and ocean, myth and evidence, past and present, is the essence of Dilmun. A civilization once described as eternal found its immortality not through divine perfection, but through the persistence of memory, waiting patiently beneath the sand for the world to remember its name. A piece of jade, buried for 5,000 years, can still hold its polish. In the wetlands of China's Yangtze Delta, where the soil is dark and heavy with water, archaeologists lifted a small green artifact from the earth, a disc with a central hole, perfectly round, its surface so smooth it reflected the morning light. The edges were beveled with precision, every curve measured as if by machine, yet made by hands that lived long before metal tools or dynasties. It was called a bai, one of countless jades found near the ancient city of Liangzhu. The people who shaped it left no written language, yet through their stone they spoke clearly of order, ceremony, and vision. The discovery of Liangzhu began as a puzzle of rivers and mud. For centuries, farmers in Zhejiang province unearthed carved jades while digging canals or planting rice. Most assumed they were ornaments from later dynasties, lost or discarded. But by the early 20th century, scholars realized something extraordinary. The jades came from a culture far older than any known in China's written history. The layers of soil that covered them belonged to a time long before bronze, even before the Xia or Shang. Beneath the flat, fertile plain once lay a sophisticated society, urbanized, hierarchical, and devoted to an art so refined that later generations could scarcely reproduce it. Liangzhu flourished around 3300 before the Common Era, a time when much of the world still lived in small farming villages. Yet its people built a city covering nearly 300 hectares, surrounded by walls of packed earth and crossed by engineered canals. The walls alone stretched more than 6 kilometers, their base reinforced by layers of clay and woven reed mats to resist floods. Within them lay neighborhoods, workshops, ceremonial platforms, and waterways linking every district. From above, the city appeared less like a fortress and more like an organism, its channels pulsing with the lifeblood of the surrounding delta. At the center stood Mojiaoshan, a raised mound that served as both palace and temple. Archaeologists uncovered massive terraces built from rammed earth, arranged in tiers like steps to the heavens. Upon them once stood wooden halls where rituals may have taken place, though no written records remain to describe them. The layout itself suggests hierarchy, common dwellings at the periphery, elite compounds near the core, and sacred spaces elevated above all. This vertical ordering, earth below, water around, sky above, was the blueprint for much of China's later cosmology. Yet it was jade that defined Liangzhu's spirit. The artisans of this culture worked the hardest material known to them, a stone tougher than steel, using only sand, cord, and persistence. Each piece required hundreds of hours. The bidiscs and kong tubes they carved were not practical objects, but symbols, expressions of status and belief. The kong, a square prism encasing a circular hole, represented the union of heaven and earth. When found in tombs, they often lay stacked beside the deceased like a bridge between worlds. The jades were more than decoration. They were language made solid. Scholars see in them a grammar of geometry, lines, arcs, and faces forming patterns that may have conveyed rank or lineage. Some kanji bear incised faces with almond eyes and fanged mouths, stylized to abstraction. These motifs echo through later Chinese art, suggesting continuity from this forgotten culture into the myths that shaped civilization. The Liangzhu elite may have seen themselves as mediators between human and divine, using jade as the medium through which cosmic harmony could be maintained. Excavations at Fanshan and Yaoshan burial sites revealed stark contrasts in wealth. A few graves overflowed with jade, hundreds of pieces arranged in careful symmetry, while most contained little more than pottery. This disparity indicates centralized authority, possibly a theocratic leadership where ritual power equaled political rule. The concentration of artistry implies specialized workshops and full-time craftsmen supported by an organized economy. Such sophistication suggests that Liangzhu was not an isolated community, but a capital overseeing a network of satellite towns across the delta. The city's hydrology was as advanced as its art. Archaeologists have traced a vast system of dams, levees, and reservoirs extending for miles beyond the urban core. Built from earth and wood, these structures controlled seasonal flooding and maintained irrigation channels. One dam, known as the Tangshan Embankment, stretches nearly 10 kilometers, linking natural ridges into a continuous barrier. Radiocarbon dating shows it to be over 5,000 years old, among the earliest large-scale hydraulic projects in human history. Without it, the city could not have survived in a landscape defined by water. The mastery of water set Liangzhu apart. Its people learned to read the delta's rhythms, using floods to renew their fields and canals to move goods. Excavated rice grains show evidence of wet cultivation, among the earliest in East Asia. The environment demanded cooperation. Maintaining the dams and ditches required collective labor under central direction. The same authority that organized jade workshops and burials likely managed the flow of rivers, uniting technology and belief into a single worldview. In this way, Liangzhu anticipated later dynasties not only in form but in philosophy. Its leaders seem to embody the concept of the Son of Heaven, balancing human order with natural law. Though no inscriptions proclaim such titles, the evidence of coordinated engineering and ritual hierarchy points toward an early expression of that ideal. The civilization was, in essence, the seed of Chinese statehood planted before history began to write its own name. Yet, for all its grandeur, Liangzhu vanished abruptly. Around 2000 before the Common Era, the city was abandoned, its walls breached not by war, but by water. Thick layers of clay and silt cover the ruins, marking a catastrophic flood that drowned the delta. Geological studies show that monsoon intensification and rising sea levels submerged vast regions of the lower Yangtze. The dams failed, canals filled with sediment, and the once prosperous fields turned to marsh. The people dispersed north and west, their traditions carried with them like embers of memory. The timing of Liangzhu's fall coincides with similar collapses across the world: the decline of Mesopotamian city-states, shifts in Egypt's Old Kingdom, and drought in the Indus Valley. Climate, it seems, was the silent conqueror of the ancient world. Yet the cultural lineage of Liangzhu did not disappear. Its jade motifs reappear in later Neolithic and Bronze Age sites. Its cosmological layout resurfaces in early Chinese capitals. In this continuity, one sees survival not of population but of thought. The flood erased the city, but not the idea of how a civilization should be shaped. The rediscovery of Liangzhu began in the 1930s when a local scholar named Shi Xingeng identified the site near Hangzhou. Decades of excavation followed, revealing layer after layer of urban complexity. By the early 21st century, aerial mapping and carbon dating confirmed what had long been suspected: that Liangzhu represented a fully developed state society, predating any dynasty by more than a millennium. Its artifacts bridged the gap between mythic antiquity and archaeological reality. In 2019, UNESCO recognized the archaeological ruins of Liangzhu City as a World Heritage Site, calling it an outstanding example of early urban civilization. Visitors today walk along raised pathways overlooking wetlands and reconstructed walls. The view is serene. Waterbirds drift through reeds, their reflections trembling where canals once guided boats. Few realize that beneath their feet lie the remains of dams, foundations, and jade workshops, each stone part of a system older than many written languages. The jades themselves remain the most eloquent witnesses. Displayed in museums, they appear timeless, their pale green surfaces glowing softly under glass. Yet to imagine them as mere art is to miss their weight. Every bai and kong was born of ritual, carved with intent that merged devotion and discipline. To hold one is to feel the meeting point of endurance and fragility, the patience of the craftsman, the permanence of belief. In those circles and squares, in those polished plains that catch the faintest light, resides a philosophy more enduring than the city that conceived it. What makes Liangzhu remarkable is not simply its age, but its completeness. It possessed all the hallmarks of civilization: urban planning, social stratification, monumental architecture, and technological innovation, yet existed without the written bureaucracy that later defined empires. Its governance operated through custom, religion, and shared understanding rather than decrees etched in stone. This suggests a social harmony maintained by ritual rather than force, a vision of order that valued cooperation over conquest. Archaeologists studying Liangzhu often describe a sense of calm that pervades the site. Unlike cities scarred by war, its ruins speak of continuity and care. Houses were aligned with precision, workshops organized logically, even refuse pits reveal a quiet regularity. The absence of fortifications within the city suggests confidence in stability. Perhaps the greatest achievement of Liangzhu was not what it built, but the equilibrium it maintained between human ambition and the landscape that sustained it. For centuries after its disappearance, legends across southern China told of a great kingdom swallowed by floods, a tale passed through generations. When the first jade discs resurfaced from rice fields, they seemed to confirm those stories. The people who carved them had sought permanence through stone, and in that, they succeeded. The jade survived the deluge, the soil, and time itself, carrying their vision into the present. Today, the delta around Hangzhou remains a place of water and renewal. Modern engineers still fight the same floods, build the same levees, and depend on the same rivers that defined Liangzhu. The parallels are striking. A modern metropolis rising above the wetlands that once cradled the first experiment in organized urban life. Standing on the observation platform overlooking Moche, one can sense that layered continuity, the feeling that civilization has returned to its own beginning. The legacy of Liangzhu reaches far beyond China. It challenges the notion that complexity must follow writing or metal. It reminds historians that civilization can grow from patience, artistry, and the quiet mastery of environment. Its jades traveled across millennia not as relics but as teachers, showing how precision and beauty can coexist with necessity. Every line carved into their surface reflects an understanding of proportion that feels almost mathematical, yet entirely human. Perhaps that is what draws people to Liangzhu today, the sense that its builders were not remote ancestors but kindred minds. They sought balance, clarity, and meaning in a world ruled by water. They shaped their beliefs into objects that could survive beyond their voices. In the reflection of a jade disc, one glimpses the same impulse that drives every civilization, the desire to create something lasting against the current of time. As dusk settles over the wetlands, the air hums with quiet movement. Frogs calling, reeds swaying, a faint ripple across the flooded plain. The horizon glows faintly where Hangzhou's lights meet the sky, not so different from the fires that once burned atop Moche. The city beneath the soil rests unchanged, its jades sleeping under layers of earth and clay. Yet their meaning continues to surface, reshaping how humanity measures its own beginnings. Liangzhu does not shout its story, it breathes it. In the gleam of a jade tube, in the curve of an ancient canal, in the rhythm of flood and harvest, it teaches that civilization is not defined by conquest or invention alone. It is the art of balance, the ability to build harmony out of chaos, to turn water into structure, and to leave behind forms so precise they outlast memory. The people of Liangzhu achieved this without bronze, without writing, without kings recorded in annals. They shaped a world whose perfection lay in its restraint, a civilization that spoke in the quiet language of jade. Dust carries color across the Peruvian desert. Each gust reshapes the landscape, revealing fragments of the past, the corner of a buried wall, a broken shard of pottery, a trace of pigment clinging to clay. The air itself feels ancient, heavy with sunlight and the slow rhythm of erosion. Beneath this shifting surface lies the story of the Moche, a civilization that rose between mountain and sea, transforming barren sand into cities of ritual and art. They left no writing to explain themselves. Yet through their murals, their vessels, and the bones they placed with care, their world remains remarkably legible, not in words, but in design, pattern, and devotion. The Moche flourished along the northern coast of Peru from the 1st to the 8th century of the Common Era. Their territory was a string of river valleys running westward from the Andes to the Pacific, narrow corridors of fertility surrounded by desert. In each valley, water descended in a single silver line, splitting into canals and ditches that the Moche engineered with exquisite precision. These canals were not mere infrastructure, they were arteries of civilization. To live in such a landscape meant constant negotiation with nature, too little rain and famine, too much and ruin. Yet through irrigation, they turned the desert green and built one of the earliest complex societies in the Andes. Their architecture reflected both ambition and adaptation. The city near modern Trujillo, dominated by the twin pyramids of the Huaca del Sol and Huaca de la Luna, stood as the ceremonial and political heart of their world. The Huaca del Sol, the Temple of the Sun, once towered more than 40 meters high, built from over 100 million adobe bricks. Each brick bears a distinct symbol, the signature of a community or labor group that contributed to its construction. Those marks are the fingerprints of collective will, proof of how organized and far-reaching Moche society had become. Across the plain, the Huaca de la Luna, the Temple of the Moon, reveals the inner spirit of that organization. It was the sacred mirror of the secular power represented by its larger counterpart. Excavations there have exposed layer upon layer of murals, each painted over the previous generations as rituals renewed themselves. Warriors march in rows across red and yellow walls, priests in elaborate headdresses raise goblets to the sky, and animals merge with gods in stylized forms. The pigments, made from cinnabar, hematite, and malachite, remain startlingly bright after 15 centuries buried under sand. Every line was deliberate, every color chosen to sustain order in a world that balanced precariously between drought and flood. To understand the Moche, one must follow their art, for it is the truest language they left behind. On their ceramics, they recorded both myth and daily life with unflinching realism. Their potters modeled faces with such precision that each vessel feels like a portrait. Furrowed brows, missing teeth, a glint of fatigue or pride rendered in clay. Some scholars call these portrait heads, believing them to depict real individuals, perhaps nobles, priests, or warriors. Others suggest they represented archetypes, embodiments of virtue, rank, or power. Whatever their purpose, their effect is unmistakable, humanity captured at its most direct. Other vessels portray narratives. Battles unfold across the rounded surfaces, warriors in procession, captives bound with cords, priests holding knives. Scenes of fishing, weaving, and farming appear beside depictions of gods with feline faces and serpent limbs. The visual grammar is consistent across hundreds of miles, suggesting a shared cultural code that bound the valleys together. Even without text, the Moche communicated their values: bravery, fertility, reciprocity, and reverence for the forces that controlled their fragile environment. One image appears again and again: the presentation ceremony. In it, a ruler or priest offers a goblet to another figure, often interpreted as a god or divine intermediary. Below them, bound prisoners kneel or lie lifeless, their blood collected for sacrifice. For years, archaeologists debated whether these scenes were symbolic or literal. That question ended in 1995, when excavators at the Huaca de la Luna uncovered evidence of real rituals matching the art exactly. In one plaza, dozens of young men were found buried together, their throats cut with precision, their bones stained with traces of copper and pigment. The murals above them depicted the same act, the same vessels, the same priestly robes. The Moche had painted not myths, but records. To the modern observer, such rituals may appear violent, even cruel. But to the Moche, sacrifice was an act of balance, not brutality. Their world was defined by extremes, the parched earth of the coastal desert and the destructive floods brought by El Niño storms. Blood was the means of negotiation with the divine, the price paid to maintain equilibrium. The priests who performed these rites were both rulers and mediators, their authority tied to their ability to keep water flowing, crops growing, and the sun rising. Power was not inherited, it was proven through ritual. The hierarchy of Moche society reflected this sacred order. At its pinnacle stood the warrior priest, a figure depicted wearing a crescent-shaped headdress and carrying a club and shield. Beneath him were administrators, artisans, and farmers. Each level of society participated in maintaining harmony, from those who forged gold ornaments to those who cleaned the irrigation ditches. Wealth flowed through tribute and labor, but also through art. The artisans, though anonymous, were central to the civilization's identity, their workshops producing ceramics, textiles, and metalwork of astonishing refinement. Their metalworkers in particular achieved techniques rivaling those of any ancient culture. They mastered alloying and soldering long before these processes became widespread elsewhere. Gold and silver were shaped into headdresses, earrings, and masks, their surfaces embossed with patterns representing the sun, the moon, or sacred animals. The combination of metals was not merely decorative, it symbolized duality, life and death, day and night, male and female. Even their tools were aesthetic objects, blending function and reverence into one. The most spectacular insight into their society came with the discovery of the Lord of Sipan. In 1987, archaeologists led by Walter Alva uncovered an intact royal tomb near the town of Chiclayo. Inside lay a man of high rank, adorned with gold jewelry, turquoise inlays, and copper ornaments. Around him rested his guards, concubines, and a dog placed at his feet for protection in the afterlife. Every detail mirrored imagery found on Moche ceramics. Even the crescent headdress, the necklaces of shell and lapis, and the symbolic goblet held near his right hand. For the first time, archaeology could match Moche art to reality, confirming that their depictions were not abstract inventions, but literal reflections of their world. The Sipan discovery reshaped the understanding of Andean history. It proved that centuries before the rise of the Inca, the coast of Peru had already fostered complex state systems governed by ritual and artistry. The tomb's wealth rivaled that of Egypt's pharaohs, yet what it revealed was not opulence alone, it revealed coherence. Every object, from a gold bell to a woven mantle, fit within a symbolic framework connecting ruler, cosmos, and community. The Moche, it seemed, understood power not as dominance, but as alignment with divine order. Life in the valleys followed this principle. Fields were divided into terraces that caught every drop of moisture. Canals ran straight as veins, maintained communally under the oversight of priests. The same organization that built temples also timed planting and harvest. The agricultural year was synchronized with celestial events, solstices marked by festivals, floods anticipated by rituals. The temples were not separate from the fields, they were extensions of them, built from the same clay, serving the same cycle. Still, equilibrium was fragile. By the 6th century, environmental instability began to test the system. Geological layers record alternating floods and droughts of increasing severity. The canals silted up, harvests failed. Moche art of this period changes in tone. Scenes of warfare become more frequent, the iconography of death more desperate. Some temples show hasty repairs, others signs of abandonment. It is possible that rival factions within the valleys turned against each other as resources dwindled. Climate may have unmade what no army could conquer. The final collapse came gradually. By the 8th century, the great centers at Moche and Sipan were deserted. The sand reclaimed the pyramids, the canals dried to dust. Later cultures, the Lambayeque, the Chimu, and eventually the Inca, inherited fragments of their tradition. Techniques of metallurgy, motifs of divine kingship, and architectural styles all trace their lineage to Moche innovation. The memory of their gods may have faded, but their forms persisted, reshaped by time, yet recognizable. What the Moche left behind continues to astonish archaeologists. Their murals remain luminous, the pigments refusing to fade despite centuries exposed to wind and heat. The symmetry of their temples still commands the horizon. The ceramics, now displayed in museums across the world, preserve their emotions in perfect silence. The steady gaze of a warrior, the sorrow of a captive, the serenity of a priestess pouring liquid into an unseen vessel. To encounter them is to sense the precision of a culture that understood life as performance, every gesture choreographed, every color chosen with reverence. In that sense, the Moche were both artists and philosophers. Their creations were not adornments but arguments, statements about the nature of existence and humanity's role within it. They did not separate the practical from the spiritual. Irrigation was as sacred as sacrifice, and the potter's wheel as vital as the altar. Every act of making was a reenactment of creation itself. When they shaped clay into vessels, they imitated the gods who shaped humans from earth. When they painted walls with warriors, they affirmed their participation in the eternal cycle of order and chaos. Modern excavations continue to reveal how far their reach extended. Smaller temples along the coast, once dismissed as provincial outposts, have yielded evidence of sophisticated governance. Standardized ceramics, identical symbols, coordinated calendars. The Moche were not a single kingdom, but a federation of valley states united by shared religion and artistic canon. Their unity was aesthetic before it was political. Art held them together, and through art, they endured far beyond their collapse. Standing today at the foot of the Huaca de la Luna, one can still trace the rhythm of their lives in the walls. The murals rise tier by tier, each layer a century, each color a century's thought. The wind moving through the valley carries faint traces of salt from the nearby ocean, the same ocean that both nourished and threatened them. The site feels neither dead nor ruined, only paused, like a breath held too long. In that pause lies the echo of their intention, to create something that could survive time's erosion. The Moche teach that permanence is not the absence of decay, but the balance between making and loss. Their temples crumble, yet their ideas persist in the fragments. Every shard of pottery unearthed from the sand adds to a narrative that was never entirely buried. Each mural restored from pigment and dust becomes an act of revival, the ancient collaborating with the present. Archaeology does not merely uncover them, it continues their work of remembrance. As evening settles over the desert, the colors of the adobe shift from gold to gray. The wind falls still, and the silhouettes of the pyramids merge with the fading light. The same stars that once guided Moche farmers rise above the plain, indifferent yet familiar. The archaeologists pack their tools, leaving the site to its quiet cycle of erosion and revelation. Tomorrow, perhaps, another wall will emerge, another face, another fragment of story. The desert keeps secrets only until patience reveals them. The Moche left no epic carved in stone, no chronicles etched on tablets, yet they achieved something rarer, a civilization whose art speaks across silence. In every vessel and mural, they declared that beauty itself is a form of truth, and that to build with care is to speak to eternity. Their temples may have fallen, but their vision, the idea that order and creativity are one, continues to rise with every discovery. Their legacy endures not in words, but in rhythm. The rhythm of brush and hand, of water guided through desert, of breath drawn before creation. Long after their names were forgotten, their lines remained, clean, measured, luminous. The Moche, more than conquerors or kings, were composers of permanence. And in the stillness of the Peruvian valleys, their song continues, steady as the wind that uncovers their walls, eternal as the light that once gleamed upon gold and clay. A single block of sandstone bears the impression of a chisel. Its groove, shallow but deliberate, traces the hand of a mason who worked 26 centuries ago along the banks of the Nile. The block lies tilted now, half buried at Meroe, the old capital of Kush. Sunlight burns across its edge, turning dust into gold. The marks of the chisel still hold depth, as if the craftsman had only just stepped away. Around it, dozens of pyramids rise from the desert, smaller than those of Giza, yet more numerous, clustered like sentinels around their lost city. To visitors, they seem isolated, a field of monuments stranded in time. But each pyramid once stood at the heart of a living civilization. Within their chambers rested kings and queens whose rule stretched beyond deserts and cataracts, reaching northward into the lands of Egypt itself. They were not imitators of pharaohs, but their rivals, inheritors of a different rhythm of power. The story of Kush is carved not only in stone but in contradiction. It was both close to Egypt and apart from it, familiar yet distinct, borrowing symbols yet reshaping them until they spoke another tongue. Egypt called it the land of the bow, admiring its archers and its warriors. To the Kushites themselves, it was the seat of divine inheritance, a place where gods listened more closely, where the sun lingered longer on the horizon, where history seemed to double back on itself like the great river that nourished them. Long before the pyramids of Meroe, smaller kingdoms had already taken root along this stretch of the Nile. Archaeologists label them the A group and C group cultures, names born of convenience rather than memory. Their pottery carried intricate geometric patterns. Their graves yielded jewelry of carnelian and ivory. Their trade routes extended toward the Red Sea. Even in those earliest days, Nubia linked Africa's interior to the Mediterranean world. Gold, ebony, and incense traveled north. Copper, wine, and linen came south. Between them flowed more than goods, ideas, rituals, the subtle migrations of belief. By the time Egypt's Old Kingdom reached its height, pharaohs had pushed southward to secure these resources. Fortresses rose along the borderlands. Egyptian soldiers left graffiti on Nubian cliffs, carving their names beside those of local chiefs. The exchange was uneasy, part commerce, part conquest. But over the centuries, the balance began to shift. As Egypt weakened during its second intermediate period, new powers stirred in the south. Among them was Kerma, an early center of Nubian kingship located near the Third Cataract. Excavations at Kerma have revealed tombs vast enough to rival those of Thebes, filled with cattle skulls arranged in ceremonial rows, a haunting testament to wealth and ritual devotion. Inside some of these tombs lay rulers wrapped in linen, their bodies surrounded by servants buried with them, a practice both alien to Egypt and distinctly local. Kerma's influence reached far north, pressing against Egyptian territory. When Egypt eventually reunified under the new kingdom, its pharaohs retaliated with a campaign of reoccupation. Temples rose at Soleb, Sezabi, and Amara, all inscribed with names of Nubian deities now translated into Egyptian hieroglyphs. Yet empire rarely erases identity completely. Beneath the surface of occupation, Nubian traditions persisted, absorbing Egyptian forms without surrendering to them. Centuries later, as Egypt entered its long decline, Kush re-emerged. A new capital took shape at Nabta, near the sacred mountain of Gebel Barkal. To Egyptians, that peak was the dwelling place of Amun, the hidden god. To Kushites, it became something greater, a meeting point of worlds, a stone ladder between earth and the divine. Here, kings were crowned. Here, they proclaimed descent from gods who spoke not in hieroglyphs, but through the deep hum of the river itself. From Nabta came one of history's most remarkable reversals. Around 800 BCE, as Egypt fractured into local dynasties, a Kushite ruler named Playa led his armies northward. His stela, found at Gebel Barkal, records his campaign in words both proud and restrained. He describes purifying himself before battle, bathing in the Nile, offering incense to Amun, and refusing to fight until the gods approved. When he entered conquered cities, he forbade looting and ordered the cleansing of temples. To him, conquest was sanctification, not plunder. Egypt fell not to chaos but to discipline. Under Playa and his successors, the Kingdom of Kush became Egypt's 25th dynasty. From Thebes to the Delta, monuments once carved with foreign names now bore those of Nubian kings. Statues of these rulers survive, broad-faced, powerful, unmistakably African, their features unsoftened by time or imitation. They stood at Karnak and Luxor, gazing outward toward lands they had reclaimed. For a moment, the current of history reversed. The south ruled the north. Among these kings, none became more legendary than Taharqa. His reign was marked by ambition and generosity alike. He rebuilt temples devastated by earlier wars, extended irrigation systems, and sent offerings to distant sanctuaries. Ancient sources credit him with fortifying Jerusalem against Assyrian siege, though the details remain debated. What is certain is that his empire stretched across thousands of miles, a union of two great traditions balanced on the Nile's current. But empires rest uneasily on the edge of ambition. The Assyrians, led by Esarhaddon and later Ashurbanipal, invaded Egypt, driving the Kushites back toward their homeland. Taharqa's successors retreated to Nabta, preserving their independence even as Egypt fell to new foreign masters. The 25th dynasty ended, but the kingdom did not. It adapted, moving its capital further south to Meroe, where the desert meets the grasslands and the river broadens into quiet pools. At Meroe, Kush reinvented itself again. The pyramids here are sharper and steeper than those of Egypt, their walls carved with scenes of processions, offerings, and celestial voyages. Many belong to queens as well as kings, a reflection of the powerful matrilineal system that shaped Kushite rule. The title of Kandake, or Queen Mother, carried authority equal to any monarch's. Greek and Roman writers would later speak of the Candaces of Nubia, with a mixture of awe and fear, recalling their armies that stood firm against imperial expansion. Among them, Amanirenas remains most celebrated. When the Romans annexed Egypt under Augustus, she led her troops north to challenge their control. Inscriptions from that time describe fierce battles along the Nile frontier. The Romans retaliated, burning Nabta, yet could not subdue Meroe. Eventually, a treaty was signed granting Kush favorable terms, an extraordinary outcome for any nation confronting Rome. The legend claims Amanirenas offered Augustus a symbolic gift, the bronze head of a Roman general buried beneath the steps of a temple so that all who entered would walk upon it. Whether literal or not, the act embodies Kush's resilience, a defiance preserved in ritual form. Trade replaced conquest as Meroe's lifeblood. Caravans arrived from across Africa, carrying gold, ivory, ostrich feathers, and incense. From the Red Sea came glass, wine, and fine textiles. Iron smelting became an industry so vast that the surrounding hills turned bare from fuel gathering. The air over Meroe shimmered with heat from furnaces burning day and night, the breath of industry rising to meet the stars. The people of Kush left behind their own script, the Meroitic language, etched on stone and painted on pottery. Though partially deciphered, it resists full translation, as if the civilization still guards part of itself from being fully known. Each symbol curves with elegant restraint, distinct from Egyptian hieroglyphs, yet born of the same artistic impulse to make words eternal. Some inscriptions are dedications to gods, others mark royal decrees. A few are funerary texts that speak directly to the dead, asking them to guide the living through the unseen world. The art of Kush radiates the same synthesis of power and grace. Bronze lions guard temple entrances, reliefs show kings embraced by deities, pottery depicts both ritual and ordinary life. Their painters favored deep reds and ochres, their sculptors carved with confident economy, shaping forms that feel almost modern in their simplicity. Even in fragments, the aesthetic clarity remains striking. Life along the Nile continued much as it had for centuries. Farmers tilled floodplains, herders led cattle across seasonal pastures, and fishermen cast nets into still water. Music accompanied labor. Flutes, drums, and strings played from dusk until the first stars appeared. Archaeological finds include small gaming boards, beads, amulets, and household altars, each speaking of a people who balanced work, belief, and art as parts of one rhythm. But prosperity carries weight. Over time, deforestation and overuse of soil strained the environment. Iron production demanded wood faster than it could regrow. The once lush land around Meroe began to thin. Trade routes shifted eastward toward the rising power of Aksum across the Red Sea. By the 4th century CE, Kush's strength waned. Temples fell quiet, inscriptions grew rare. When Aksumite armies advanced up the Nile, they found a kingdom already fading into memory. Yet even decline has dignity. The pyramids of Meroe remained, their sharp forms resisting the drift of sand. Travelers who reached them centuries later, Arab geographers, European explorers, found themselves speechless before their number and precision. Many mistook them for relics of Egypt, unaware they belonged to a civilization that had once ruled Egypt itself. Modern archaeology corrected the record, uncovering a history far deeper than anyone had imagined. Today, the remains of Kush stretch from the deserts of Sudan to the edges of the Red Sea. Excavations at Gebel Barkal continue to reveal temples aligned with solstices. At El Kuru and Nuri, stairways descend into tombs painted with stars and serpents. Inside one such chamber, researchers discovered a royal burial where the ceiling bore an image of the goddess Nut, arched across the heavens, her hands and feet touching the horizon. Between them flowed the river of night, carrying the king's soul toward dawn. The legacy of Kush reshapes how we understand antiquity. It reminds the modern world that Africa was not a receiver of civilization, but one of its makers. Its kings wrote their own history into stone. Its queens commanded armies. Its artisans fused elegance with strength. The 25th dynasty was not an interruption of Egypt's story, but a continuation written from the opposite shore. Standing among the pyramids of Meroe today, one hears no speeches, no chisels ring, only wind sliding through broken corridors. Yet even that stillness feels articulate, as if the air itself recites the kingdom's memory. The alignment of the pyramids to the sunrise is not accident. Each apex catches light for a single moment at dawn, when gold once capped the tips and sent reflections cascading across the plain. The effect must have been extraordinary, a geometry of sunlight and devotion visible for miles. Every civilization seeks permanence, but few achieve it through such restraint. The Kushites built no sprawling palaces to dominate the skyline. They invested eternity in proportion, in the angle of a pyramid's rise, in the rhythm of inscriptions meant to be read by gods rather than men. Their power was quiet but unyielding, measured not by the reach of empire, but by the persistence of form. In museums, small artifacts from Kush now rest under glass, amulets shaped like lions, carved ivory handles, fragments of painted plaster showing human eyes rendered with startling intimacy. Each object is a point of contact across millennia, a reminder that the hands which shaped them belonged to people who saw the same stars, who named the same river, who watched gold shimmer in the current. At night, the desert sky above Meroe fills with constellations untouched by city light. The Milky Way runs like a pale river, mirroring the Nile far below. The pyramids form silhouettes against it, triangles of shadow rising toward the galaxy's arc. Somewhere in that symmetry lies the essence of Kush, a civilization that spoke through alignment, through reflection, through balance. Its kings have long since turned to dust, their names half lost, their language only half understood, yet their architecture still converses with the cosmos. No empire truly disappears when it leaves behind such clarity of purpose. Kush may have fallen, but it did not vanish. Its symbols remain embedded in the soil of Sudan, its lineage echoes through the Nubian villages along the Nile, and its story continues to redraw the boundaries of what we thought civilization was. The block of sandstone at Meroe still carries its groove, cut by a chisel thousands of years ago. Each time light passes across it, the mark deepens, not in stone but in understanding. The mason's hand is gone, yet his gesture endures, binding past to present through craft, through patience, through the language of creation itself. In that single trace lies the entire promise of Kush, that even forgotten kingdoms may speak again, given the right light. A tower rises from the hillside, its stones uncut yet perfectly arranged, locked together by weight and patience alone. No mortar binds them, yet they have held their place for more than 3,000 years. The light of the Mediterranean slips across their surfaces like flowing water, touching each contour before vanishing behind the curve of the wall. From a distance, the structure seems too deliberate to be accidental and too ancient to be explained by simple function. It is called a Nuragic, and across Sardinia, thousands stand, mute, massive, enduring, forming a landscape of stone that refuses to give up its secret. Archaeologists have measured, mapped, and excavated them for over a century, yet none can agree on their original purpose. Each tower carries the same rough symmetry, a circular base, a tapering profile, an interior passage leading upward through corbelled chambers. But beyond this pattern, each feels personal, as though the builders worked from memory rather than design. Some stand alone, others form clusters surrounded by smaller outbuildings, walls, and courtyards. At certain sites, Nuragic appear as part of entire complexes, a settlement enclosed by bastions, stairways, and water cisterns carved into bedrock. The name Nuragic comes from an old local word, perhaps pre-Latin, perhaps even older, meaning heap or mound. Yet no simple heap could have survived this long. Some rise more than 20 meters high, their interiors shaped like inverted cones. From inside, one can look up toward the sky through narrow shafts of daylight, shafts that transform stone into geometry and silence into architecture. The air within remains cool even under the fiercest sun, and the echo of a single footstep carries upward, trapped between spiraling walls. To walk among these towers is to enter a landscape suspended between archaeology and myth. Sardinia's hills, covered in thyme and olive, fold gently toward the sea, yet scattered across them stand the remains of what was once one of Europe's most mysterious Bronze Age societies. The Nuragic civilization emerged around 1800 BCE and flourished for nearly 1,000 years, outlasting the Minoans, the Mycenaeans, and even the first cities of the Italian mainland. Their isolation shielded them from foreign conquest, but also left few written records to explain their story. Early explorers compared the towers to fortresses, imagining a warlike people guarding their land against invaders. Later scholars saw them as temples, built not for battle but for worship, a way of reaching toward divinity through the permanence of stone. Still others suggested watchtowers for signaling or status symbols marking the wealth of clan leaders. None of these theories fully satisfy. Each Nuragic seems capable of being all these things at once: a citadel, a home, a shrine, its purpose shifting like the light across its walls. The builders of these towers worked with volcanic basalt, a material as unyielding as their intent. They hauled it from nearby quarries using wooden rollers, ropes, and sheer coordination. Each block was fitted by hand, tested by the weight of the one above it. The precision with which the stones interlock rivals the masonry of Mycenae or the walls of Cusco. Yet no two Nuragic are exactly the same. Their individuality suggests not central planning but communal knowledge, an island-wide language of construction learned through repetition and shared pride. Inside these structures, archaeologists have found bronze weapons, pottery, jewelry, and figurines, traces of a people whose craftsmanship reached far beyond architecture. The bronze statuettes are especially telling: miniature warriors with horned helmets, ships with high prows, animals rendered with keen observation. Their style carries confidence, a local identity distinct from anything on the mainland. These figures were often discovered at sacred wells and temples, hinting at rituals where water and metal met under the open sky. The sacred wells of Sardinia reveal another layer of the Nuragic mind. They are built with the same precision as the towers, descending staircases of cut stone leading to circular chambers aligned with astronomical events. At Santa Cristina, one such well reflects the moon directly down its shaft during certain phases, a feat of design too exact to be accidental. To imagine Bronze Age builders tracking lunar cycles with this precision challenges assumptions about what prehistoric societies could achieve. It also raises a question that lingers across Sardinia. Were the Nuragic themselves aligned to stars, seasons, or something far more symbolic? The Nuragic world extended beyond stone. Villages surrounded the towers, built of circular huts with conical roofs made of branches and clay. Inside, hearths burned day and night, the center of domestic life. Storage jars held grain, oil, and wine. Loom weights and spindle whirls reveal textile production. Grinding stones mark the rhythm of daily labor. The people who lived here were farmers, herders, and artisans. Their fields stretched across fertile plains watered by streams that still carry the same names whispered by locals today. Burial practices add another dimension. Along the countryside lie long, low tombs the locals call tombs of the giants. Their facades are semicircular, framed by tall upright slabs, while their interiors extend like tunnels beneath the earth. The scale suggests communal burial, perhaps for entire clans. Offerings of food, tools, and ornaments accompanied the dead, implying belief in continuity after life. At night, these monuments would have glowed in firelight, surrounded by songs and ritual, a conversation between the living and those who shaped the land before them. For centuries, Sardinia was viewed as peripheral to the classical world, a rugged island beyond the reach of great empires. Yet during the height of the Nuragic period, it was anything but isolated. The island sat at a crossroads between the western Mediterranean and the Tyrrhenian Sea, perfectly positioned for trade. Artifacts from the Levant, Cyprus, and Mycenaean Greece have been found in Nuragic contexts, suggesting contact across vast distances. Bronze ingots shaped like ox hides, identical to those from Cyprus, appear in Sardinian hoards, linking the island to the larger network of Bronze Age commerce. Such connections hint at a civilization more cosmopolitan than legend admits. Sardinian sailors likely navigated to Corsica, the Balearics, and even Iberia, trading metals, amber, and textiles. The sea, rather than isolating them, served as their open highway. Yet the same routes that brought wealth also carried instability. Around 1200 BCE, the Bronze Age world collapsed under waves of migration and warfare. The Sea Peoples, remembered in Egyptian texts, ravaged coastlines and kingdoms alike. Some scholars speculate that among them were Sardinian seafarers, warriors whose horned helmets resemble those seen on the bronze figurines. Whether this connection is fact or coincidence remains uncertain, but the timing fits. As mainland civilizations faltered, Sardinia held firm, its towers standing untouched. The resilience of the Nuragic culture lies partly in its structure. It was neither empire nor city-state, but a network of communities tied by shared architecture, trade, and ritual. Power likely rested in local chiefs or councils who ruled from the largest towers. These leaders may have mediated disputes, directed agricultural work, and organized religious ceremonies. The absence of monumental palaces or royal inscriptions suggests authority built on cooperation rather than coercion. As centuries passed, change arrived slowly. By the Iron Age, around 900 BCE, contact with Phoenician traders began to alter the island's rhythm. Ports emerged along the coasts, goods moved more frequently, and imported ideas blended with old traditions. Yet even under external influence, the towers remained. They continued to dominate the skyline, reused, rebuilt, and revered. When Carthage later extended its reach towards Sardinia, many Nuragic communities persisted in the interior, maintaining autonomy through the strength of geography and the endurance of identity. To modernize, the island seems almost alive with memory. Drive through its interior, and the towers appear unexpectedly, on ridges, in valleys, beside pastures of grazing sheep. Each one feels both ancient and strangely familiar, as though the land itself prefers to hold its past close. Some lie collapsed, their stones scattered like fossils of architecture. Others stand nearly intact, their entrances guarded by lintels taller than any person. A few have been restored, their stairways once again leading upward into cool chambers where the air feels untouched since the Bronze Age. Inside a Nuraj, the acoustics alter perception. Words lose direction, sound swells and contracts unpredictably, as though the stones themselves shape speech. Archaeologists have noted this phenomenon, wondering if the towers were designed with sound in mind. Amplifiers for chants or instruments, resonant spaces for ceremony. It would explain the emphasis on circular rooms and corbelled ceilings, forms known to manipulate echo and vibration. If true, these towers might have been instruments as much as buildings, designed to make the invisible audible. Excavations continue to uncover surprises. At Su-Naraxi di Barumini, one of the most elaborate complexes, archaeologists have documented a central tower surrounded by 4 smaller ones, all linked by corridors and courtyards. Beneath later layers of occupation, they found traces of an earlier settlement, proving that the site evolved across generations. The discovery of pottery from as far as the Aegean confirms long-distance contact. UNESCO now lists Nuragic as a World Heritage Site, not merely for its preservation, but for the questions it keeps alive. The Nuragic civilization eventually faded, absorbed into the shifting tides of Mediterranean history. By the time of Roman expansion, its people had blended with newer cultures, their language replaced, their rituals forgotten. Yet the towers refused to vanish. Farmers built homes beside them. Shepherds used them as shelters. Children played within their courtyards. The old stones became part of daily life, familiar but mysterious, too heavy to dismantle and too sacred to ignore. Centuries later, antiquarians tried to interpret them through the lens of their own eras. Some claimed they were the work of Phoenicians, others of lost Atlanteans. Only with systematic archaeology in the 20th century did the Nuragic culture emerge as uniquely Sardinian, a homegrown civilization whose achievements rivaled any on the mainland. Radiocarbon dating, stratigraphy, and aerial surveys confirmed what local lore had always implied, that these towers belonged to ancestors who shaped the island's identity long before foreign ships appeared on the horizon. To study the Nuragic people is to face a paradox. They left no written language, no annals of kings or conquests, yet their presence covers an entire island. Their architecture was monumental, but their society may have valued balance more than dominance. Their art shows warriors and ships, yet their settlements suggest domestic peace. Perhaps their strength lay not in empire, but in endurance. The quiet power of communities building for the long term, shaping their landscape into permanence. At night, Sardinia changes character. The sea darkens, the wind carries scents of myrtle and salt, and the Nuragic becomes silhouettes against a field of stars. From certain hilltops, one can see several at once, their conical forms aligning across miles. Some researchers believe this pattern was deliberate, creating lines of sight for communication or ritual. Others think it coincidental. Either way, the effect is mesmerizing, a constellation brought down to earth, a reflection of the heavens built in stone. Time treats these monuments with a peculiar kindness. Unlike marble or plaster, basalt ages gracefully, its surfaces absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Moss and lichen trace faint green lines across the stones, softening their outlines without erasing them. Rain pools briefly on the ledges before sinking away, as if the towers themselves drink. Generation after generation, Sardinians have looked upon them and felt the same quiet question: who built these and why? Perhaps that is their true legacy, not a single purpose, but an enduring mystery that binds the past to the present. Each visitor projects their own answer: fortress, temple, observatory, home. The truth may lie in the combination of all three: a civilization that refused to separate the sacred from the practical, or the communal from the individual. The Nuragic, in their simplicity, express a worldview where strength meant unity and permanence meant participation. Today, archaeologists continue to map new sites using drones and satellite imaging. The known number already exceeds 7,000, though some estimate twice as many remain hidden under soil and vegetation. Each discovery adds another voice to the chorus of stone. Every excavation rewrites a line of history that had been missing from Europe's Bronze Age narrative. Yet even with modern tools, the heart of the mystery remains. The Nuragic stand not as relics of decay, but as participants in time, structures that have never truly stopped existing. Their presence shapes how Sardinia breathes, how its villages are arranged, how its people describe distance and belonging. For locals, these towers are less archaeological than ancestral. They mark the continuity of life on the island, proof that Sardinia has always been more than a province of others. It has been a civilization unto itself. In the quiet after sunset, as the last light fades from the hills, one might imagine the builders standing among their stones, measuring the sky with their eyes, listening for the sea's rhythm carried inland by the wind. Whatever purpose drove them, defense, faith, or pride, it achieved something rare, a structure that still speaks without needing words. The Nuragic do not explain themselves, they invite patience. Their walls contain no inscriptions, only the perfection of balance. Perhaps that is the final lesson of the Nuragic civilization, that permanence does not depend on explanation. The towers were built to last, and they have done so with quiet authority. Their stones remember what language forgot, carrying the weight of time without complaint. Long after their builders vanished, they continue to define Sardinia's landscape, offering form to the unseen dialogue between past and present. The archaeologists who climb their stairways today, brushing centuries of dust from basalt blocks, often describe a sensation difficult to name, a calm recognition that they are standing inside something finished, yet ongoing. Each Nuragic is a sentence whose meaning changes with every reader. Perhaps that is the civilization's greatest achievement, not a monument to power, but to endurance, humility, and the endless curiosity of those who follow. Every ruin, every artifact, and every rediscovered city reminds us how much of our world's story is still hidden. The civilizations we explored in this journey reveal the depth of human creativity, how entire cultures rose, thrived, and disappeared, leaving only questions behind. The truth is, history is never finished. New discoveries are being made every day, reshaping everything we thought we knew about our past. Which civilization fascinated you the most? What do you think their world was really like? Share your thoughts below. We love hearing your theories. If you enjoyed this deep dive into humanity's forgotten past, make sure to like the video, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more explorations into history's greatest mysteries. Until next time, stay curious.